Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Selamat datang di Hotel Bidakara Jakarta, Ruang Utari. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan, sekali lagi harap segera masuk ke dalam ruangan karena acara sebentar lagi akan kita mulai. Baik, selamat datang kepada Direktur Akses Industri Internasional Kementerian Perindustrian, Ibu Dewi Mulyana beserta rombongan. Selamat datang di Hotel Bidakara Jakarta, Ruang Utari dalam acara Percepatan Aksesi Indonesia ke OECD Kick-Off and Explanatory Mission on Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee pada hari ini. Kami juga mengucapkan selamat datang kembali kepada Direktur Akses Industri Internasional Kementerian Perindustrian, Ibu Dewi Mulyana beserta rombongan. Sebentar lagi kita akan menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin sekalian, dimohon berdiri. Hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Selamat pagi, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Yang terhormat, Direktur Akses Industri Internasional Kementerian Perindustrian Ibu Dewi Mulyana, Tim Environment Health and Safety Division OECD, Perwakilan Sekretariat Tim Nasional Aksesi Indonesia ke OECD, Pimpinan Australia Indonesia Partnership for Economic Development atau Prospera. Yang kami hormati, perwakilan kementerian dan lembaga terkait, para ketua asosiasi atau yang mewakili, para akademisi, serta Bapak dan Ibu seluruh peserta dan hadirin. Hadirin yang kami hormati, kegiatan hari ini merupakan bagian dari proses aksesi Indonesia menuju OECD, khususnya dalam pembahasan kebijakan sektor kimia dan bioteknologi. Forum ini menjadi langkah awal untuk memperkuat pemahaman bersama mengenai kerangka regulasi, kebijakan, dan tata kelola nasional sekaligus membangun dialog yang konstruktif dengan tim OECD. Bapak Ibu hadirin, Selanjutnya adalah sambutan sekaligus pembukaan yang akan disampaikan oleh Direktur Akses Industri Internasional Kementerian Perindustrian. Kepada Ibu Dewi Mulyana, kami persilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning Sylvie. Mungkin sebelum kita mulai, Bapak yang di belakang boleh maju dulu, biar enak nih di fotonya. Baik, terima kasih. Pertama-tama yang saya hormati tim Environment, Health and Safety Division OECD, perwakilan Sekretariat Tim Nasional Aksesi Indonesia ke OECD, pimpinan Australia Indonesia Partnership for Economic Development atau Prospera atau yang mewakili, perwakilan dari kementerian atau lembaga yang mewakili, tadi saya lihat Ibu dari BPOM, akademisi dan juga ketua asosiasi dan atau perwakilannya, dan Bapak Ibu semua yang telah hadir pada pagi hari ini. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji dan syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah memberikan kita kesehatan dan keluangan waktu sehingga kita dapat berkumpul pada pagi hari ini dalam acara Kick Off and Explanatory Mission on Chemical and Biotechnology Committee, yang mana ini merupakan salah satu agenda penting dalam rangka aksesi Indonesia masuk ke dalam OECD. So on behalf of the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to extend our warm welcome and sincere appreciations to the representative of the OECD, to you, Sylvie, for the today meeting and join us for the kick-off and explanatory missions. We highly value this opportunity to engage in an open and constructive dialogues, exchange perspective, and gain deeper insight into OECD standard, policies, and best practice. Your presence is proof of your support, and this is an instrumental in guiding Indonesia throughout the accession process, particularly in strengthening regulatory coherence, industrial governance, and sustainable development in the chemical and biotechnology sectors. Baik Bapak Ibu semua, pada kesempatan ini izinkan saya menyampaikan beberapa hal yang penting terkait dengan proses aksesi Indonesia ke dalam OECD serta implikasinya nanti kepada tidak hanya kita pemerintah tapi juga industri dan juga akademisi. Mungkin sebagai latar belakang, OECD merupakan organisasi internasional yang memiliki peran strategis dalam pembentukan standar, kebijakan dan praktik terbaik global di berbagai sektor termasuk industri, lingkungan dan tata kelola publik. Dan ini bagi Indonesia merupakan langkah penting, tidak hanya sekedar meningkatkan posisi kita di tingkat internasional, melainkan bagian dari agenda transformasi struktural menuju negara maju yang memiliki daya saing yang inklusif dan juga berkelanjutan. Nah, keanggotaan OECD nanti diharapkan dapat memperkuat kredibilitas dan juga posisi Indonesia di tingkat global, khususnya meningkatkan kualitas kebijakan dan tata kelola, mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi berkelanjutan, meningkatkan daya saing dan iklim investasi, serta memperkuat reformasi lintas sektoral. Dan ini merupakan langkah awal untuk mempercepat adopsi standar kita dengan standar internasional, sehingga kedepannya bisa lebih strategis dan juga bisa membuka akses, tidak hanya akses pasar tapi juga pengetahuan dan jejaring ke negara-negara maju. Bapak Ibu semua, proses aksesi meliputi harmonisasi regulasi nasional dengan instrumen OECD, penguatan transparansi dan akuntabilitas, serta reformasi struktural ekonomi yang menjadi bagian juga dalam proses ini. Nah, untuk sektor industri, transformasi diarahkan pada peningkatan nilai tambah, hilirisasi, efisiensi sumber daya, pengelolaan bahan kimia yang aman, khususnya ini untuk chemical dan bioteknologi, penerapan prinsip keberlanjutan, serta peningkatan keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja. Nah, kami berharap dari pertemuan ini nanti Bapak Ibu dapat berperan aktif, karena memang hari ini Bu Sylvie yang mewakili OECD akan menggali semua terkait dengan regulasi dan yang kita punya terkait dengan chemical dan bioteknologi, dan juga mungkin kalau memang beliau membutuhkan penjelasan yang lebih dalam terkait dengan legal instrumen bidang kimia dan bidang teknologi, dan mungkin nanti juga beliau akan memaparkan beberapa hal yang memang perlu kita ketahui bersama. Kami berharap pertemuan ini dapat dimanfaatkan secara maksimal untuk tidak hanya menggali dari kita, tapi juga kita bisa menggali lebih banyak lagi dari OECD. Kira-kira nanti ke depannya akan seperti apa dan apa yang akan mereka harapkan dari kita dan juga pertemuan ini. Dan kami berharap ini nantinya ke depannya bisa membawa Indonesia masuk ke dalam OECD dan juga dapat menaikkan daya saing kita, dan juga bagaimana kita bisa masuk ke dalam global value chains, dan juga tentunya efek akhirnya kita berharap bisa membuka investasi seluas-luasnya. Akhir kata penutup, perkenankan kami menyampaikan terima kasih dan apresiasi sebesar-besarnya atas kehadiran dan perhatian Bapak Ibu semua yang telah hadir, dan kami berharap Bapak Ibu bisa berperan aktif, tidak hanya kita yang digali tapi termasuk kita yang menggali dari OECD. Mungkin demikian, kami berharap Bapak Ibu dapat mengikuti agenda ini sampai dengan selesai, karena ada beberapa agenda yang kami tahu pagi ini mungkin beliau akan sosialisasi dulu, kemudian di sesi siang mereka lebih ke tanya jawab, dan kami harapkan partisipasi aktif Bapak Ibu semua. Mungkin demikian dari saya, terima kasih Bapak Ibu telah hadir. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waktu saya kembalikan ke MC.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kita akan memasuki sesi selanjutnya, yaitu sesi diskusi. Pada sesi ini akan dimoderatori oleh Bapak Raditya Eka Permana. Kami persilakan.
Cek. Nah, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izin Ibu Direktur, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Perkenalkan, nama saya Radit dari Direktorat Industri Kimia Hulu. Alhamdulillah pagi hari ini atas kerjasama antar direktorat ya Bapak Ibu dari unit kerja Ibu Direktur, Ibu Dewi, dengan kami dari Direktorat Kimia Hulu, akhirnya terlaksanalah meeting pada pagi hari ini. Kami sangat mengapresiasi, kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas kesediaan Bapak Ibu untuk dapat meluangkan waktu hadir pada pertemuan yang sangat penting ini. Dan pertemuan ini merupakan pertemuan yang sudah kesekian kalinya ya untuk membahas proses aksesi Indonesia masuk ke dalam organisasi OECD. Nah, yang lebih spesial lagi pada pertemuan kali ini adalah kita kedatangan tamu penting dari OECD, delegasi dari OECD. Today we have Miss Sylvie Poret here. Correct me if I'm wrong to pronounce your name. It's okay, good, thank you. So Miss Sylvie Poret here. So she's been working for the OECD in the unit of EHS, the Environment, Health and Safety Division, and she comes here to see us all to discuss anything about the OECD accession. Jadi hari ini akan ada beberapa sesi sesuai dengan jadwal yang kami tampilkan pada lampiran undangan. Nah, secara garis besar adalah yang pertama nanti Ibu Sylvie akan menyampaikan sosialisasi lah ya. Jadi kalau boleh dibilang bagaimana proses aksesi Indonesia ke dalam OECD, dan bisa jadi nanti ada sekilas tentang OECD itu apa ya. Saya yakin Bapak Ibu di sini sudah sering mendengar kata OECD dan tidak asing. Cuman hari ini mungkin kita akan membahas lebih dalam, dan saya berharap kompetensi Bapak Ibu sekalian dan pengalaman Bapak Ibu sekalian dalam bekerja di lembaga yang Bapak Ibu tempat Bapak Ibu bekerja bisa nanti terjalin sebuah komunikasi diskusi untuk mendukung pemerintah berupaya dalam memasuki negara memasuki OECD. Nah, So, Miss Sylvie, today, as per your request, we've been inviting all of the people from particular sector, like from the government. So there are some institution that you requested to come to this meeting. We have seen people from the government today, and then we also invite the people from the industrial sector and association. So we have already see here a familiar faces from the industrial sector, and then the another category is from the academic. So we've been inviting the ITB, Institut Teknologi Bandung, and also the Universitas Indonesia. So two leading educational institution we've been invited today here in this meeting. So hopefully we have met your requests, and hopefully in the next few hours we can have a fruitful discussion, and this discussion can be can be reported to our chairman as to be follow up to the next phase of accession to the OECD. So probably saya rasa itu pengantar yang bisa saya sampaikan sebagai moderator pada kali ini. Jadi sesuai dengan jadwal, kami akan memberikan waktu kepada Ibu Sylvie untuk mempresentasikan paparan sesuai dengan sesi-sesi yang ada pada jadwal yang setelah kita sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu. Demikian Bapak Ibu, saya rasa kita bisa mulai. Nah, kalau sebelum mulai ada baiknya kita perkenalan Ibu ya, biar kalau boleh kita mulai sesi perkenalan dulu supaya nanti Miss Sylvie juga bisa kenal Bapak Ibu dan bisa terjalin komunikasi dengan lebih baik. Kita mulai dari Oke, Bu Kania silakan Bu.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati. Izin perkenalkan diri. Perhaps I'll just do this in English, so Sylvie, it'll be easier for you. My name is Vulcania or Kania. I'm here from Prospera. We are supporting the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs on all things accession, OECD accession. And I'm here with my colleague Pak Gabriel, also from Prospera. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Anissa and I'm from Ministry of Environment, Directorate of Hazardous Substance Management. Thank you.
Namanya belum? Oh, udah ya.
Berarti harus lebih keras lagi nih Pak.
Wes kenal tapi.
Good morning Sylvie, mohon izin Bu Direktur, Pak Radit. Perkenalkan saya Eka Pratama dari Direktorat Industri Kimia Hulu, Kementerian Perindustrian.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Guntur. I am from ITB, especially from major of chemical engineering. So I came here as the representative from academician from ITB. Thank you very much.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Ari Hindarwanto dari Direktorat Teknik dan Lingkungan Kementerian Energi dan Mineral. Terima kasih.
Very good morning. My name is Eko Pratikto, representing Indonesian Olefin Aromatic and Plastic Industry Association. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Let me introduce myself. My name is Reza. I'm from Ministry of Transportation, Directorate of Road Transport, Direktorat Angkutan Jalan. Terima kasih.
Good morning. My name Bagya Sukyartana. I'm from Indonesian Fertilizer Association.
My name's Ning Sri Mukartiningsih. I am from Indonesian Producer Fertilizer Association. Thank you.
A very good morning. My name is Christine Siagian from BPOM. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Runi Handayani from Bapeten, which is the Nuclear Energy Regulatory Agency, and we are now working from the strategic trade management as the plan, our action plan for the accession of the OECD membership. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Josephine from CropLife Indonesia Pesticide Associations. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everybody. My name is Ika Suryani. I am from Responsible Care Indonesia. Thank you.
Baik, selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu. Saya Pratiwida Saningtyas, perwakilan Biro Hukum Kementerian Perindustrian.
Terima kasih Ibu Direktur dan Bapak Radit. Very good morning. Bonjour Ibu Sylvie. I'm Linda from the Indonesian Food and Drug Authority, especially from the Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, and one of our portfolios is cooperation with the OECD. Thank you.
Selamat pagi. I'm Tanti from Directorate General of Labor Inspection and OS Development from Ministry of Manpower. Thank you.
Ya, selamat pagi Bu Sylvie, Bu Dewi, Pak Radit. Selamat ketemu lagi. Ya, saya dari Bapeten Nuclear Regulatory Agency. Saya bersama dengan Ibu Kapus saya Bu Runi tadi. Terima kasih.
Selamat pagi, good morning everyone. My name is Ignatius Daniel and I'm from the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs or the National Secretariat for Indonesia Accession to the OECD. I'm here with Pak Jejang.
Hello, good morning. I'm Jejang Sumantri. I'm from the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs. I'm currently serving as the National Secretariat for Indonesian Accession to the OECD. And we thank you for Sylvie for coming here for organizing this meeting. And also to all stakeholders here from the line ministers NJC. Thank you also for the coming here for this important meeting, and also for the business sector in the association. Thank you so much for coming in this meeting. And I hope in this meeting we can have a good output for this chemical and biotechnology committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tessa. I'm from Ministry of Industry in Industrial International Cooperations, and the unit who is also in charge in the OECD accession. Thank you.
Ya, hello, good morning everyone. Pak Radit, Miss Sylvie, Ibu. I'm Widi from Indonesian FDA. Widi from BPOM, Indonesian FDA, along with Ibu Linda and also Ibu Christine. Thank you.
Ya, selamat pagi Bu Dir. Selamat pagi Pak. Good morning Sylvie. My name is Givari from Ministry of Trade, especially from the International Trade Negotiation. We are currently the focal point of the Indonesian accession to OECD from the Ministry of Trade. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Cahyorini from Health Policy Agency in the Health Transformation Working Group from Ministry of Health.
Good morning, my name is Restu from Indonesian FDA, Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Andreas Dharma from Apkita, Indonesian Basic Inorganic Chemicals Producer Indonesia Association. Thank you.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum, good morning everyone. My name is Wibi. I am representatives of ASPRODISPA, Associations of Producers and Distributors for Commercial Explosive Materials. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Ibu Direktur, Pak Radit, Hi Selfie. My name is Sudrajat from Crop Care, Fertilizer and Pesticide Local Production.
Yeah. Good morning, Ibu Direktur, Pak Radit, and Ibu Sylvie. My name is Sonia from Directorate General of Labor Inspection and OS Development.
Mohon izin Ibu Direktur. Good morning, Miss Sylvie Porek. My name is Anita. I'm from Setijen IKFT, Ministry of Industry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ferry from Ministry of Industry, especially from Secretariat of Directorate General, Chemical, Pharmaceutical, and Textile Industry. Thank you.
Mohon izin Ibu Direktur dan Pak Radit. Good morning, Sylvie. My name is Anzana from Directorate of Upstream Chemical Industry, Ministry of Industry. Thank you.
Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, terima kasih banyak telah berbagi informasi. Kami lanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya ya. Tapi sebelum masuk ke agenda berikutnya, kira-kira ada pertanyaan? Pertanyaan kecil dulu dari Bapak Ibu sekalian. Nggak ada ya, kita langsung masuk ke inti saja ya. Baik, di sesi pertama kita akan mendengarkan paparan dari Ibu Sylvie tentang proses aksesi OECD itu seperti apa dan apa sih manfaatnya bergabung ke OECD. So Miss Sylvie, for the first session, as aligned with the agenda, you will give your presentation to us on the accession process and the benefits. Okay, so I think it's yours now. The floor is yours now. Check. It works.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be there. You are still at the beginning of the process for accession, and I thought it would be useful for you to have some warnings about what will be needed in the future. We have quite a lot of experience with previous accession countries, and now we are aware of bottlenecks that often happen for almost every country. So the better you know things in advance, the better it is. So the accession process as a whole, we hope will be a catalyst for the reforms that your government wants to do. And we are here as a member of the Secretariat to accompany you during this process. I would say that one of the benefits of accession in general, not only in chemicals, is that there are reputational benefits because OECD membership is a clear recognition that the country observes the highest global standards. And therefore it brings investor confidence, because becoming an OECD member is also a strong sign to international and domestic investors that the country's policies follow key OECD standards as well. So it's really an incentive to. Okay. Therefore, there is strong impact on investor confidence. Concerning another benefit of accession in general is the greater harmonization for greater efficiency, and because there is a level playing field for businesses, this is avoids free riders to benefit from some loopholes in the regulatory framework of the country, and it's therefore can create also opportunities for businesses and workers. And it also results in significant savings for taxpayers. And another thing is that by having a regulatory framework, it reduces the uncertainties for businesses, and therefore it's good for economic activity to know that the regulations are transparent and are the same for everyone. This is good in the long term for businesses. And of course, for the government, you have the possibility to exchange with other members of the OECD about the best practices, participate in peer reviews, access to the latest data and statistics. And now I would like to speak a bit more about the benefits from a sound chemicals management system. And I will begin with something which is obvious from the benefits from a chemical accidents prevention, preparedness and response system. It doesn't work. This one? Okay, thank you. Oops. Say next. Okay. Okay, next, please. So I'll begin with the benefits for governments. There are inaction in policies and regulatory frameworks induces costs of inaction, and having a regulatory framework will reduce the cost of inaction and will improve protection of workers and of the general public. Next, please. Of course, preventing accidents will reduce public spending related to environmental damage. Next, please. It will enhance stakeholder engagement. Next, please. And it will also government's reputation for chemicals management. Next, please. It will allow for the possibility to exchange information on accidents and to learn from others. As at OECD, we have a platform for exchanging information on accidents. And of course, it avoids costs from accidents that did not occur. Next. For industry, so in case of accident, you have the cost of destroyed goods and equipment. Next, please. You have the cost of rebuilding the sites. You have the cost of lost profits also knocked on effects in the supply chain. You avoid also the cost of compensation for medical costs, lawsuits, and fines. Next. You avoid the cost of increased surveillance for other companies also. Next, please. And of course, you have reduced cost of insurance. If you are well prepared, then it is taken into account by insurance companies. Next, please. And it has a very positive impact on companies' image, reputation, and brand. Next, please. It has also a positive impact on companies' shareholder value, even in case the accident occurs, because they know that you are well prepared for that. And it prevents business risk related to liability claims. Of course, it provides an improved protection of workers and reduced number of accidents and injuries. Next. And it leads to better relationship with regulators and the local community around the plant. Next. And of course, there are benefits for the society as a whole, because there are costs avoided from accidents that did not occur. Lives are saved, and the number of injuries is reduced. There is an improved quality of life and improved environment. There are better working conditions by reduction of the number of accidents related to the chemicals. There is increased awareness of hazards, resulting in better reaction in case of an accident. And it brings enhanced confidence in authorities and industry. Next, please. So you see already from the chemical accidents prevention, preparedness and response system, there are already quite a number of benefits for governments, for the society, and for businesses as well. Previous one, please. The one before, I think. Before. Yes. Now I would like to speak about something that is perhaps less obvious. The benefits from establishing a chemicals management system for industrial and consumer chemicals. Very often there are systems existing for the management of specific chemicals already, like for example pesticides or cosmetics in many countries, but there is no industrial and consumer chemicals management system. And we'll see that there are as well quite a number of benefits from it. Next, please. To the benefits for the governments. Next. This supports the Sustainable Development Goals and compliance with international obligations and recommendations. For example, the Stockholm Convention or the Rotterdam Convention. It supports an integrated government-wide approach to chemicals and targeted action on chemicals of higher concern. There are a great number of chemicals on the market and new chemicals coming every year on the market. It's important for governments to focus the limited resources on the chemicals of higher concern. And this is what we recommend at OECD.
Ms. Sylvie, could you please hold a moment? Bapak Ibu bisa lihat nggak ininya? Kayaknya agak susah ya. Izin kalau boleh lampunya bisa sebagian dipadamkan, Pak. Ini Iya. Iya. Yang sebelah tengah sini ya, yang di depannya layar, Bu. Ini tulisannya langsung dari Paris, Pak. Jadi yang tengah sini. Yang ini ya. Coba. Ah, coba. Lagi. Cuman segini ya. Boleh kembali lagi, operatornya di mana ya, Mbak? Boleh ditampilkan kembali PPT-nya, Pak? Sudah kelihatan belum ya? Yang ini nggak bisa dimatiin ya, yang lampu yang ini? Yang tengah sini, Pak? Lumayan ya, sambil I think for this moment ada zoomnya. Iya, kalau Bapak Ibu tidak keberatan boleh, ini kan kita share di Zoom juga, boleh Angzalna dikirim ya linknya ke Bapak Ibu sekalian ya, nanti bisa lihat dari Okay, while we waiting for the hotel to find out how to turn off this light, please continue, Miss Sylvie. Thank you.
Yes, anyway, you will receive the presentations. So I was speaking about the benefits of having an industrial and consumer chemicals management system. And the benefits for governments includes also the reducing the cost of inaction, which is quite high, and it improves the protection of workers and the general public. It also allows an enhanced stakeholder engagement by, for example, recognizing the essential role of industry in the system. You are numerous representatives from industry here in this room, and you'll see that the OECD system counts on industry as the main provider of first evaluation of new chemicals. That's why your role is really essential in this system. For governments, other benefits are that it enhances the government's reputation for effective, predictable chemicals management, and it helps to facilitate and minimize non-tariff barriers. Next, please. Next. So the benefits for industry, again, it recognizes the essential role of industry in the system. It helps to increase productivity. It helps to find efficiencies, resource savings, and reduce cost for compliance. It helps to facilitate trade and minimize non-tariff barriers. It gives a competitive advantage and help in boosting companies' image, reputation, brand, and stakeholder value. And it helps to avoid costs from accidents. Next, please. Next, please. And then especially I would like to focus in this system on the confidential business information and property rights. In the OECD recommendation, we want the system to ensure the protection of confidential information, that when people use data for registration or notification of new chemicals, that they have a certification of the right to use data, because the first company that will make the evaluation of the new chemical, it will cost a large amount of money, and other companies shouldn't be authorized to use this data without the right, without having given the right to use them by the first company. So it's very important for us that the government doesn't recognize the data if they don't have a certification that the company has the right to use the data, and that there is no, and avoid having no in the identification of the laboratories which produce the data. And yes, next please. Benefits for the society, next. So having a industrial and consumers chemical system, management system, increases the availability of information on chemicals and how to use them safely. It supports the execution of the general public right to know. The right to know of the general public about chemicals is very important to us at OECD. And it is also used. It is also provided through the pollutant release and transfer registers system that we'll see later on. Other benefits for the society: it improves the protection of workers and the public from chemical hazards. It supports enhanced stakeholder engagement and public participation in decision making, especially decision making on setting of new plants. And it enhances the well-being of the general public, and it improves the quality of life and the environment. Next, please. I'll speak now from the benefits from pollutant release and transfer registers, what we call the PRTRs. Next, please. Benefits for governments. So PRTR is a system of measuring or estimating the releases from chemical plants and communicating about this. So for governments, authorities can use the PRTR data to calculate potential environmental impacts of chemicals at local or national level. They can look for a solution to an environmental problem revealed by PRTR data. They can measure trends in pollution releases and waste generation. They perform environmental targeting initiatives. They can evaluate their environmental programs, and they can influence and change environmental standards or regulatory framework due to the results of the PRTR. Next, please. Benefits for industry, next. So PRTRs is not only a burden for industry, as they have to provide data to the government, but companies can benefit also from PRTR data to identify opportunities to improve efficiency, to identify opportunities to reduce waste, to identify their competitive advantages, and to evaluate their progress towards sustainable development. For the benefits for the society, PRTR data can be used inter alia to identify potential chemical exposures and risks posed by nearby facilities. People can monitor the progress of facilities' efforts to lessen their environmental impact. They can identify possible hotspots of concern, and they can support socially responsive investment, identify liabilities or potential of forms. So PRTR's implementation supports reduction of pollutants in water, air and soil, and therefore leads to better quality of the environment and life. Next, please. I think the last sector of the OECD requirements that I would like to show you the benefits of is from we call the mutual acceptance of data system. Next, please. In a nutshell, the MAD system is based on the fact that a chemical is tested once, and then the results of the test are accepted for assessment everywhere. It means everywhere in the OECD countries and in the non-member adherent to the system. And it avoids duplicative testing for companies. No need to do the same test number of times for having the product marketed in every country. It avoids non-tariff barriers to trade because the tests that have to be done are known in advance, and government from one country cannot reject the results from the data that have been done according to OECD rules, and it saves animal lives. Next, please. So I'm sorry, it's a bit small, but what can we say about the benefits of this system? It provides it provides savings to both governments and companies because the better alignment facilitates visibility and economic predictability. Simplification speeds up market access for innovative and safer products. Sorry for my voice. Speaking too much. Standards are based on state-of-the-art science and that enable competitiveness and create business opportunities. And it saves time in the use and assessment of chemical safety data that are generated following agreed scientific and quality standards. So standardization and harmonization enable similar regulatory decisions to be made on chemical safety. No uncertainty for businesses. Regulatory decisions based on common standards are more transparent, and transparency is important for public acceptance as well. And it removes non-tariff barriers in the global trade of chemicals from various sectors. Next, please. So I have here a small video that will explain you perhaps better how this mutual acceptance of data system and how the old system of the OECD can bring more efficiency and save cost. So there should be some sound.
Everything from insect spray to computers, from medicines to sunscreen. They improve living standards and make a significant contribution to enhancing our well-being. The new OECD report, Saving Costs in Chemicals Management, shows that the OECD saves society more than €309 million every year. Chemicals are part of our daily life. They are in everything from insect spray to computers, from medicines to sunscreen. They improve living standards and make a significant contribution to enhancing our well-being. For example, agrochemicals improve crop yields and insulation materials enhance energy efficiency. The chemical industry is also one of the largest in the world, with sales projected to increase almost fourfold by 2060. But chemicals may also be damaging to human health and the environment. That is why governments require that chemical companies conduct multiple tests, often on animals, of the health and environmental effects of their products. Companies submit the test data to governments, like France for example, which assesses whether the chemicals are safe before they can be sold. This process is very resource intensive. For instance, testing one new pesticide costs a company about €22 million and takes the government about 2 years to review. And this testing and review could be repeated in every country in which the pesticide is sold. For 45 years, the OECD has helped governments manage chemicals in a way that saves society costs and facilitates trade and economic development while protecting health and the environment. For example, the OECD Mutual Acceptance of Data system ensures that a test conducted in one country is accepted in over 40 countries if it complies with the OECD test and data quality standards. This means that a chemical company can submit the same data to multiple countries and that governments work together to assess the same chemical. This reduces duplicative testing and assessments and removes non-tariff trade barriers. The new report, Saving Costs in Chemicals Management, estimates that this system and other OECD tools save society more than €309 million every year. And by reducing duplicative testing, tens of thousands of animal lives are saved. In this way, we ensure not only safer chemicals, but that they are developed in an efficient and sustainable manner.
Okay, so I tried with this presentation to show you all the benefits that you can gain as a government or as a business or private company in having this chemicals management system. If there are any questions, I would be happy to try to answer to them.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvie, for your presentation. I've seen more than one presentation, I think, yeah. So, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau boleh saya merangkum apa yang tadi dijelaskan oleh Ibu Sylvie dari Sekretariat OECD. Untuk rekan-rekan Bapak Ibu dari perwakilan lembaga pemerintah, saya yakin sudah tidak asing lagi dan justru malah sudah bertugas untuk melakukan alignment terhadap regulasi-regulasi yang ada. Tapi di sini kita juga menerima rekan-rekan yang hadir dari non pemerintah, which is dari akademisi dan dari pelaku industri. Nah, pada segmen pertama ini kita telah melihat bahwa Miss Sylvie tadi sampaikan apa itu OECD, mengapa Indonesia mengakses OECD dan apa untungnya menjadi member OECD. Jadi mohon koreksi kalau saya keliru ya, Pak Jajang, izin sama Bu Kania. Jadi ini sudah dari pimpinan, dari Bapak Presiden sudah menetapkan Perpres dan ditindaklanjuti dengan Kepmenko untuk menjalani proses aksesi OECD. Nah, di regulasi yang sudah diterbitkan itu ada 25 bidang yang harus dipenuhi standarnya. Jadi pada prinsipnya OECD ini, kalau boleh saya bilang ya, jadi bagaimana negara-negara anggota OECD ini bisa melakukan proses perdagangan, investasi, dan hal-hal lain yang menyangkut development sebuah negara itu dapat dilakukan dengan lebih cepat dan dilakukan dengan berbasis standar. Jadi kalau boleh saya sampaikan singkatnya, kalau dari perspektif saya pribadi, saya coba mempelajari IMCBC. Jadi selama kita sudah bisa melakukan pengaturan di domestik dengan standar yang selevel dengan negara-negara anggota OECD, maka proses kita melakukan hubungan dagang, hubungan investasi dengan negara-negara member OECD itu akan dapat lebih mudah dilakukan karena sesama anggota sudah punya perspektif kerangka legal instrumen yang sama. Jadi kurang lebih begitu. Nah, dari 25 bidang tadi salah satunya adalah CBC, Chemical and Biotechnology, yang hari ini kita diskusikan. Nah, kalau di CBC ini saya melihat itu standar-standar yang harus dipenuhi di bidang kimia dan bioteknologi adalah mostly keselamatan, terus konservasi lingkungan dan kesehatan. Jadi bagaimana bidang kimia ini bisa kita aspek-aspek bidang kimia dan bioteknologi ini kita bisa menunjukkan ke OECD bahwa negara kita sudah aware, dan tidak hanya aware, kita sudah mengatur sedemikian rupa dengan level pengaturan yang selevel dengan OECD. Jadi kurang lebih begitu. Nah, selain yang bidang kimia, tadi saya sebut ada 25, mungkin ada kriteria-kriteria yang berbeda ya. Contohnya mungkin akan ada ekonomi, ada perdagangan, ada persaingan usaha, anti korupsi, perpajakan. Saya rasa di sana juga akan ada kriteria-kriteria yang harus dipenuhi, yang selevel dengan yang merupakan kerangka instrumen OECD yang harus kita penuhi. Nah, tapi di sini kita diskusi di hari ini kita membahas khusus hanya yang di kimia dan bioteknologi yang mostly akan membahas aspek keselamatan, lingkungan dan kesehatan. Jadi selama kegiatan kita di sektor kimia ini sangat menegakkan aspek-aspek keselamatan, lingkungan dan kesehatan, maka yang selevel dengan apa yang terapkan minimal cut off-nya OECD, maka kita bisa memenuhi kelayakan masuk sebagai member OECD di bagian kimianya gitu. Jadi forum ini kita khusus di kimia saja. Jadi 1 per dari 25 tadi Bapak Ibu. Jadi itu konsep aksesinya. Nah, kemudian tadi juga disampaikan banyak benefit yang ditawarkan. Jadi contohnya adalah dengan kita saling memiliki regulasi yang selevel, pengawasan yang selevel, artinya barang yang beredar antara anggota OECD Indonesia dan member OECD yang lainnya itu bisa keluar masuk, mereka masuk ke sini, kita mengirim barang, kita masuk ke pasar mereka pun bisa langsung diakui karena sudah legitimate sebagai anggota OECD. Jadi kurang lebih begitu. Jadi itu salah satunya mempercepat proses memperlancar proses perdagangan tidak hanya perdagangan tapi untuk investasi juga, karena mereka tahu Indonesia itu sudah selevel dengan member OECD, maka investasi di sini pun akan memperhatikan aspek-aspek yang mereka perhatikan sesuai dengan kerangka OECD. Jadi kurang lebih begitu. Nah, ini PowerPoint kami sampaikan ya, kalau ada akses ke rekan-rekan, ada Bu Dame, Bu Tessa, rekan-rekan AI, dan ada Bu Angzalna, nanti boleh langsung dimintakan, nanti bisa kami kirim. Nah, kemudian ini sudah selesai dipaparkan satu sesi. Kiranya kalau ada masukan dari Bapak Ibu atau pertanyaan yang lebih spesifik yang mungkin bersentuhan langsung dengan bisnis Bapak Ibu, boleh disampaikan. Tapi sebelum itu saya boleh memberikan waktu juga kesempatan untuk Prospera sama Menko ya, untuk bisa urun rembuk ya. Ke Pak Jajang dulu ya, boleh ya. Silakan Pak.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Radit, Budir, Sylvie, and as well. Sebetulnya yang disampaikan sama Pak Radit sudah cukup lengkap. Jadi memang saat ini kita prosesnya sedang memasuki proses technical review, di mana banyak bidang yang sedang proses, salah satunya adalah bidang kimiawi. Dan di tahun ini memang ditargetkan itu hampir setengah dari 25 komite itu akan melakukan technical review khususnya untuk mission dan juga kuesioner. Jadi mungkin dari Bapak Ibu nanti yang mungkin cross cutting dengan isu lain, entah itu isu competition, isu perdagangan atau lainnya, mungkin akan juga minta dukungannya dari Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk mendukung proses aksesi ini. Mungkin dari saya segitu dulu Pak, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Jajang. Izin Bu Kania, kami persilakan.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Radit, terima kasih banyak Pak Jajang. Mungkin sedikit menambahkan, sepengetahuan saya Indonesia juga sudah menyampaikan intensinya untuk menyelesaikan proses aksesi by tahun 2027 ya. Jadi sebenarnya waktunya cukup pendek. Jadi saat ini proses yang sedang berlangsung adalah proses technical review sebenarnya. Jadi sebelumnya Indonesia sudah memberikan pemaparan umum mengenai assessment pribadinya, self assessmentnya. Saat ini Indonesia merasa di mana proses alignmentnya dalam bentuk IM, tapi kemudian IM ini merupakan salah satu titik tolak pertama bagi OECD untuk melakukan assessment lebih lanjut di technical review ini. Kemudian nanti hasilnya akan dibahas di OECD committees yang relevan, dan mereka yang akan menentukan nanti kira-kira apakah mereka sudah merasa Indonesia apakah sudah siap untuk menjadi anggota OECD. Jadi mungkin sedikit memberikan tambahan mengenai prosesnya. Terima kasih Pak Radit, terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Terima kasih Pak Jajang, terima kasih Bu Kania. Baik, saya rasa sudah cukup dari kami memberikan informasi. Kiranya kami boleh sekarang mendapat masukan, pertanyaan, tanggapan apapun, kami persilakan. Monggo Bapak Ibu. Boleh bahasa Indonesia, boleh bahasa Inggris, nanti silakan Bapak. Ada mikrofon nggak Pak?
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Ms. Sylvie. I think the presentation is quite comprehensive. Bahasa Inggris boleh Pak ya? Just a quick, saya dari APKIDA Pak, Asosiasi Kimia Anorganik. I'm the chairman from the Associations of Inorganic Chemicals in Indonesia. A quick questions about the presentations. You have it kind of the emphasis is on the standard testing across all the members of OECD. Yeah. My quick question is that I see an overlap between this what do you call it, the standard you're talking about. And there's an overlap with the REACH. You know, when we export to European country, we have to register as REACH, R-E-A-C-H, which are regulatory environment assessments on chemicals product as well. So how does that relate to this OECD? Do we still have to apply for or comply with the REACH certifications before we can export to European country once we are member of OECD? Qualified as a member? Yeah, that's the only questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. Indeed, the EU regulations are aligned with the OECD legal acts. And if you, as I explained with the mutual acceptance of a data system, if you do the test for on the REACH, for example, you don't have to do it anymore if you want to register your chemicals in other country of OECD. The tests have to follow the good laboratory practice standards and to follow the test guidelines of OECD. These are the two things to allow the mutual acceptance of data system to work. After that, countries can decide that they want more tests or less tests, but what they cannot do is they cannot reject the results of the tests coming from another country adhering to this mutual acceptance of data. So, and after, yes, I would say the REACH system is really aligned with the OECD standards on chemicals.
I probably have a following question. So, let's say we have complied the REACH requirement, and then we got the license, and we have a market in Europe, so we send the products to the Europe countries because Europe comply with this REACH regulation. But in this OECD that you mentioned earlier, because the REACH is aligned with the OECD standard, and I may say that there are also countries, member OECD that not European country, can we just use the same license that we get from the REACH to send any commodities to this country, this OECD member country, but not European country? What do you think about it?
Yes, indeed, you can use for registering your chemicals in a non-EU country. You can use the test data that you have used for the REACH. But you have to show that you have the right to use this data. As I mentioned, there are proprietary rights about the results of the tests, and it costs a lot to develop this data. So you have to have the right to use this data if the data don't come from your own test results.
The test results is approved by the OECD Secretariat, so that can be used. So it's legitimate for this exporter from Indonesia to access all of these OECD member countries.
The OECD Secretariat does not certify the test itself. It's just that you have to show. If you have you are a company here in Indonesia, you need to have the test done for registering, for example, in the EU under REACH. So it depends. You have to find a laboratory that is certified as being under the mutual acceptance of data system. And then the results under this laboratory, that can be any laboratory in a mutual acceptance of data system country, they will be done according to OECD standards, and this test can be used to do registration in any other country of OECD. If it is your company that has paid for the test, then another company cannot use it freely. It's because it costs a lot of money. But if you have the test done in a lab that follows the OECD standards, for example, you can have the test done in Thailand, for example, because Thailand is part of the system. Then if you go to EU, the EU doesn't have the right to reject the data that were of the tests that were done in Thailand.
There is a particular lab in Thailand, even though Thailand is still not the member of OECD, but there is a lab in Thailand that can certify the mutual acceptance data that you mentioned in this OECD frame.
Yes.
So let's say we have a particular lab in Jakarta here, and this lab is trying to take a proficiency test to get that lesson that can be used as to certify kind of community, and then this lab at the end of the day meet the criteria, and you grant the like authority to verify such a community. So it means that this lab in Indonesia can also be the lab that certify such communities can access all of these OECD member countries.
Yes, indeed, the benefits of this system for a country like Indonesia or in the future maybe, or Thailand now, is that a company which is based in the EU can come to Thailand to do the test because it's less expensive very often. So that's why it creates business opportunities for a country like Thailand. The issue is that to be part of this mutual acceptance of data system, there are two ways. If you become an accession, if you want to be a member of OECD, the only requirement that you have to follow is that you accept the data from the other countries that are part of the system. Okay. If you want to be able, if you want to have some labs able to do the test data for all the OECD community, then it's another procedure which is in addition to the accession procedure. Or it can be independent, it's independent. You can do it before accession, after accession, or in parallel to accession. It's a bit complicated, but for this point, there is an additional procedure to become part of the MAD system.
Okay.
For accession, you only are obliged to accept the data from the countries.
Okay, I get it. Okay. But, ya Pak ya, aman Pak ya? Boleh Pak.
Sorry, I got follow-up questions. Just for the record, my name is Halim. Yeah, I'm chairman of the associations. My questions now is that, there is a move from several countries to have a system just like REACH. I take examples, Japan, Korea. For certain product, they have their Japanese REACH and the Korean REACH. I don't know whether they are the members of OECD. Assuming they are, that means once we have the REACH in Europe for that certain product, our company, let's say, have the assessors of REACH in Europe. That means if we are the member of OECD, we are qualified for REACH in Japan or Korea. Does it mean that way? That we don't have to register again to get the REACH in Japan or Korea? Does it work that way?
You will have to register in Japan or Korea, but you won't have to do again the test. that were necessary to enter the reach, as you say.
Ah, okay, okay. Normally, when we register as REACH, there's a consortium. Not what there is. I don't think there is one company that can fund the test because of the cost of that. So there's a consortium of many companies, and there will be a lead company that do the registrations. So if what you're saying that if we are a member of OECD, so in case of Japanese REACH, we can register by company, or do we still have to join the consortium? In REACH Japan, for example.
Well, it's I don't really know the answer to this question. What we define at OECD are the main requirements about having testing, but after that it's up to each country to decide exactly which tests they want to have, what are the steps for registering chemicals. So there might be some differences, but what is sure is that they cannot reject the results of a test that have been done already. So for you, it saves a lot of money, because if you have done the test as a company or as a consortium, you don't have to do them again and again and again each time you go to another country to market your product.
Sure, but I know that you say that each country have their own requirement for test. So there is no standard. For example, let's take a certain chemicals A, for example, just the name A. In Japan, they might require a different test than in Europe or in Korea. Is that right? Or is there a standard? If you're a member of OECD, that means for that chemicals, there will be one standard for every members. Does it work that way, or?
Yes, indeed, we recommend at least a list of testing that is obligatory for notifying a new chemical, or so. But there can be some additional differences. For example, for pesticides, there are some countries that ask for efficacy testing of pesticides, and there are other countries that don't ask for it. So it's a small difference that can happen between the countries, but the bulk of the tests are the same: physical, chemical properties.
Yeah, there's a global test on certain chemicals, but there's additionals depending on each country. So there is standard, but there's also exceptionals. Okay, thank you. Cukup, Pak. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much. Can I also just ask a follow-up question, just to clarify, just to ensure that we share an understanding here. So I think, just to be clear, I understand that the OECD does not impose licensing requirements on chemicals, in the sense that it does not dictate how a chemical substance is to enter a particular market, but what it does here is more so setting out standards for the actual methodology on the testing and the lab. So I think the question initially was more so kind of for passporting of licenses of entry, the entry of substances. So I don't think the OECD does that, at least not in the chemicals scope of work, but it just sets out a set of standards of good lab practices, of methodology, things like that, to ensure that the lab results in a particular country would not then be rejected. Is that correct?
Yes, you're totally right. We provide tools. We provide standards to align, to have harmonization of rules in each country. But at the end, it's the country that decides what they want before chemicals enter the country. But we have managed since 1974, I think our chemicals program exists, we have managed to harmonize the rules for all countries.
Thank you, Pak Radit. Izin. Okay, Miss Sylvie, let me ask you a question. Is it there is relationship or similarities between mutual acceptance of data system, the test procedures in WTO, also in equivalence in the Codex Committee on Food Export-Import Certification System? Is it a relationship or similarities between in the Codex or in the other organization? Thank you.
Yes, I think you're from the Ministry of Trade, right?
Food and Drug.
Food and Drug, okay. Again, the codex are standards, and after countries are free to either use these standards or have their own standards and have higher standards. Codex Alimentarius are rather minimum standards. We don't have this kind of standards at OECD. Indeed, what we call standards are legal instruments, and that can be legally binding or not legally binding. And you cannot really compare Codex standards with or WTO's. I'm not a specialist in trade. There is another committee, a trade committee, that is specialized on that, and discussions are usually quite interesting in this committee with accession countries. But yes, let's speak then of legal instruments. Legal instruments, they either give general trends for chemical risk management, and some of them have annexes that give details on how to implement these general rules. So they are not to be considered as standards like Codex Alimentarius. Maybe what we could say our standards are the test guidelines that are test methods. But in general, it's more about how to set a sound chemicals management system.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hill.
Baik, Bapak, silakan Ibu, monggo.
Pak Radit, izinkan saya bicara dengan bahasa Indonesia. Miss Sylvie, please allow me to speak in bahasa Indonesia because this is about internal matters. Tadi Pak Radit mengatakan sudah terbit kepres, disusul dengan Cap Menko. Saya barusan lihat di keputusan Menko Ekonomi ada 26 bidang dengan masing-masing penanggung jawab untuk percepatan aksesi OECD ini. Tapi saya tidak melihat nuklir, Pak. Di dalam 26 bidang ini, apakah memang disengaja tidak ada nuklir? Karena kami dari Badan Pengawas Tenaga Nuklir, kalau memang tidak ada bidang nuklir berarti sebetulnya kami tidak berkepentingan di sini, mohon maaf. Karena setahu kami di dalam OECD itu juga ada bidang NEA, Nuclear Energy Agency, yang artinya di bagian, dan kami sebetulnya sudah beberapa kali juga dengan berhubungan gitu dengan perwakilan OECD khusus untuk Nuclear Energy Agency. Tetapi mungkin kalau memang keputusan pemerintah memang tidak mengikut sertakan keterlibatan nuklir di dalam OECD, kami perlu mengetahui untuk kami laporkan kepada pimpinan. Terima kasih, Pak.
Terima kasih Ibu.
Nama saya Runi, mohon maaf.
Ibu Rumi, izin Bu Rumi, saya Radit Bu, izin Bu, salam kenal. Iya Bu, kami tetap harus mengundang Ibu. Jadi gini ceritanya ya Bu, beberapa bulan yang lalu ya. Jadi gini, memang untuk bidang nuklir ada bidangnya sendiri, memang iya Bu. Tapi dalam kami proses aksesi di CBC ini, kita tetap memperhitungkan otoritas Bapeten Bu, karena satu dan lain hal kita juga sering mendapatkan permasalahan tentang kebocoran radiasi dan yang sejenisnya terkait dengan nuklir. Nah, yang terakhir terjadi adalah ketika kita melakukan pembinaan di industri kemarin, saya lupa namanya ya. Yang kemarin di Cikande itu
Scrap metal ya?
Ada chemicalnya Bu, namanya
Cesium 137.
Bukan radioaktifnya, tapi chemicalnya.
Oh, chemicalnya.
Cesium radioaktifnya.
Ya,
ininya
ya.
apa produksi bahan kimianya saya lupa.
Ya, logam.
Ya pokoknya itulah ya. Nitrat apa. Ada kalau dicek di berita ada. Jadi produksinya itu tapi memancarkan radiasi, harusnya tidak memancarkan radiasi, tapi dia memancarkan radiasi. Ternyata ada cesiumnya gitu. Jadi kami perlu mengadres nuklir di dalam kerangka safety kimia kami Bu. Dan jadi saya lupa di IM kami merujuk ke regulasi yang diprakarsai Bapeten atau tidak, tapi kalau nanti ada apa-apa lagi kemana kami akan menuju kalau tidak ke kantor Ibu. Jadi itu Bu yang punya koneksi itu di yes, Mr.
Yes, I wanted just to say that nuclear energy is not part of the work of the Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee. So
yeah, I see.
maybe the lady
Yeah,
she's
no
in the
problem.
wrong
Yeah.
meeting.
Ya jadi ya gitulah Bu.
Yeah, I mean my question is that your regulation, I mean the regulation of the Ministry of Coordinating Ministry of Economy Affairs doesn't include nuclear as part of the acceleration for the accession to the OECD, while as far as I know, OECD also has a branch which is the Nuclear Energy Agency. So that my question is whether Indonesia doesn't think that we need to involve nuclear as part of the accession to the OECD.
Yeah, I got the idea. Yeah. Pak Jajang, yes.
Yeah, just to complement. If I can add on that, thank you. My name is Gandia Robertson. I am from the Accession Coordination Unit of the Legal Directorate of the OECD. We coordinate the accession process across the House, and I am actually based in Jakarta now to support Indonesia's accession process. And just to respond to this question, the Nuclear Energy Agency is not directly part of the accession process. This is part of the provisions of the accession roadmap for Indonesia. This is part of one of the optional bodies that Indonesia will be able to accede to if interested at the end of the process. So it's not part of one of the 25 committees listed in the roadmap, but if you can check the roadmap, paragraph 32 mentions specifically the international. The International Energy Agency and the Nuclear Energy Agency as one of the part 2 bodies that are optional activities that Indonesia will be able to participate in. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I understand.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gandia. Pak Jajang.
Sedikit menambahkan juga apa yang sudah disampaikan sama Gandia. Jadi mohon izin Bu untuk bidang nuklir energi dan juga tambahan bidang-bidang di luar. Oleh Sekretariat OECD itu setelah kita dalam proses penyusunan IM, sehingga dalam revisinya itu bidang-bidang seperti nuklir energi itu nanti kami akan masukkan dalam Kemenko yang terbaru. Berhubungan dengan substansi nuklir energi itu nanti kami akan undang. Dan memang seperti yang disampaikan sama Gandia, ini nanti will be review under the OECD Secretariat, not an OECD bodies. Gitu, Bu. Jadi nanti untuk reviewnya itu tidak sama dengan chemical yang punya komite sendiri, tapi untuk nuclear energy, kemudian tourism, kemudian maritime transport dan sebagainya itu nanti akan will be review under the OECD Sekretariat, dan itu mungkin timeline itu akan ada di akhir-akhir Ibu. Jadi kita akan prioritaskan dulu untuk bidang-bidang ataupun komite-komite yang langsung oleh komite, dan untuk yang di Sekretariat itu nanti timelinenya akan tersendiri. Yeah, thank you Gandia.
Thank you Pak Jajang, Bu Gandia. Bapak monggo.
Iya, mohon izin menambahkan Pak sedikit biar tidak terlewat. Ya kenapa? Karena
Izin Pak, boleh perkenalan biar.
oh ya, nama saya Dadi Setiawan dari Bapeten. Saya bersama dengan Ibu Kapus Bu Runi. Izin menambahkan Bu Runi. Jadi terkait itu mohon Pak, karena kita kan lagi dalam proses untuk pembangunan PLTN. Jadi dengan adanya OECD ini sebenarnya kita banyak keuntungan sekali karena akan terkait dengan pengembangan SDM gitu. Jadi mohon ini juga diprioritaskan gitu, nanti disampaikan. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Dadi. Terima kasih Pak Jajang. Thank you Gandia. Saya rasa udah clear ya Bu Rumi ya. Nanti kita akan ada meeting-meeting berikutnya. Tapi nggak apa-apa lah kalau kami undang, kan kita ada juga yang harus kita diskusikan. Ibu Josephine, persilakan.
Terima kasih Pak. Izin saya bicara dalam bahasa Inggris. As CropLife Indonesia, we have a member from six company, which is from OECD country. So all the data, especially for the environmental or toxicity study, coming from the GLP laboratory. But might be this is, and the good things that in Ministry of Agriculture accept our study report so far. But let's say if this OECD, Indonesia become the member of OECD, it's mean the local company who has to conduct the study in Indonesia, while we don't have any GLP study lab so far in Indonesia. And I heard that the target will be in 2027. So is there any flexibility? Because I think it's not so easy for the local lab to get the certification for GLP in 2 years. So that's first my questions. And then second things about mention about the safety. So far in Indonesia, we have 2 lists of MRL, maximum residue limit, which is make us very confused with these situations. Is become a member of OECD, there will be like a synchronization or harmonization between these 2 MRL lists? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. So, as I mentioned earlier, if you want to have labs certified for GLP studies, there will be a need to establish a GLP practices compliance monitoring program. This is not part of the accession process per se. It's an additional procedure that has to be done, as I said before, in parallel or after the accession. And you're right, it's not only one lab that is certified, it's the whole GLP practice compliance monitoring program of all the country, of the entire country, that has to be certified. So even for one lab, it's the country that has to have a compliance monitoring program established. And the procedure is a bit like the accession procedure. There are experts coming to your country to evaluate whether you are ready or not to be part of this program. So you're right, it's not so easy, and it might take more than 2 years to have it. It depends on each country. For MRLs are set by the governments of each country, it's the policy decision. It depends on the diet in the country and different kinds of risks that are specific to countries. So each country decides on MRLs. At OECD, what we do is we just have developed test methods for testing residues in products, but we don't tell the countries what should be their MRLs. It's their own decision.
Sorry, because my question is, Indonesia, we have 2 MRL lists. One's from NFA, National Food Agency, and second one from BSN, National Standardizations Agency, which in this MRL list, a lot of, let's say, discrepancy of the end value of this MRL, which is, of course, this will impact to the healthy and also the trades, because from importer or exporter, they will mix which list or which reference we have to need to use. So my question is there any like harmonizations requirements from the OECD requirements for this one?
No, really, as I mentioned, it's the decision by the country. The OECD doesn't say your MRLs should be above this level or below this level. We don't say that. We just provide at OECD methods to, as I mentioned, to test the residue levels, but we are not setting standards like the Codex Alimentarius, for example. So it's really the decision of the country. As I mentioned, it's a policy decision, really, based on some scientific test, but at the end, it's a policy decision.
Iya, Bu Josephine? Bu Josephine, nanti kalau misalnya masih pengen diskusi lebih lanjut, boleh langsung kita kenalkan langsung ke Sylvia. I think the first session, I think we have concluded this first session because we are now in 10:35. I think we need to go to the next session, which is multi-stakeholder coordination. I think you may, the floor is yours now.
Yes, there will be other opportunities to ask for questions.
Jadi
anyway.
misalnya nanti pertanyaannya nggak nyambung dengan sesi yang disampaikan, nggak apa-apa, Bapak Ibu, kita biar jalan aja dulu ya. Please go ahead, Miss Sophie. Ibu mau live sekarang. Kita belum foto bersama loh, Bu. Kita boleh foto bersama dulu nggak ya, Bu? Ini Ibu Dir ada keperluan. We can have photo session ya before Miss Dewi leave the room. Photo session.
Could we have a picture together?
Oh gini aja, nggak perlu.
Okay, if I could have the second presentation. Not yet. No, this one is the wrong one. Yes, thank you. So I'll speak now about the coordinated work of stakeholders in the operation of a sound chemicals management system. I mentioned before, next please, that there are quite a number of stakeholders involved in having a sound chemicals management system. It's not only the government who does it alone. Especially a cooperation between the government and industry and other stakeholders is essential to succeed. Both are important in the preparatory and implementation phase. And also awareness raising activities are key in gaining public and political support for the development and implementation of a comprehensive industrial chemicals management system. So the stakeholders that are involved are the governmental bodies, industry, academia, and the general public. And socialization activities, as we do today, are very important, and they can include also workshop, media campaigns, and other information sessions. Next, please. So, in all countries, chemicals are dealt with by several ministries. Very often, Ministry of Environment is involved with Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture as regards pesticides. Ministry of Industry here in Indonesia is the main ministry. So it's important that there is cooperation with all the ministries, coordination, and that everybody knows what is his or her role in this system of chemical management. So yes, there might be action plans that are necessary, and again, the cooperation should be maintained and required in the implementation of the action plans. Next, please. I mentioned earlier that industry is part of the system, and to secure appropriate and functioning of the system, the involvement of industry is essential, because the industry has several roles to play. First, they are the ones who have the technical expertise for generating the environmental health and safety data on chemicals, and they are really the first stakeholders working on these chemicals. They have to disseminate the safety data sheet within the supply chain. They have to provide input to the PRTR systems, the pollutant release and transfer registers. And of course, they have an important role to play in relation to the occupational safety and chemical accidents management. So industry is really a key player. And yes, especially GHS implementation will require authorities and also industry to work together. You remember that you might know that there are 4 key GHS sectors: industrial workplace, agriculture, transport, and consumer product. Next, please. Next, please. So again, it won't be the only occasion on which
you industry representatives will have to discuss with the government about the future rules and action plans that are that will have to be done, and the industry will need to be consulted about how to implement the requirements that are necessary for accession, and governments should provide guidance like technical manuals on data requirements, methodologies for assessing data and preparing reports. Next, please. I already spoke before about the benefits for industry. Maybe one that I didn't mention earlier, or that this leads to reductions in delays for marketing new products, because the rules are set and clear and transparent. And also the country will have to follow the harmonized classification and labeling systems for chemical products, the GHS, and again the rules are transparent. Next, please. Another stakeholder which is important is the academia people, because they can contribute to the preparation of the action plans and their execution, in particular by sharing knowledge on chemicals and providing a valuable input to the priority setting and assessing chemicals under investigation. So really the expertise usually lies with the academia people, and the government should also involve them as regards hazard and risk assessment of chemicals. Next, please. By having access to the publicly available information on chemicals, the general public can take informed decision in relation to protection from potential chemicals-related risk. And so it is important that they are also involved in the system. Of course, for them, communication and cooperation on chemical accident prevention, preparedness and response is crucial. As I mentioned, at OECD, we believe in the right to know of the public, and therefore they have to be consulted, especially before setting new plants of chemicals in a new place. And this is also build confidence that authorities and industry are managing risk in a very efficient way. Next, please. So it was a small presentation, but really we insist that you continue the work that we are doing today all over the process of accession, and that you consult the various parties at each step of developing new regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvie. I think this presentation is more for the government. Yeah, for the government. So perhaps if anyone from the government side would like to have any comment or questions, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Sylvie. Thank you, Paradit. I'm not from the government, but supporting the government. So I do have perhaps a bit of a technical question on the PRTR. I think you mentioned earlier as well that it's really important in Indonesia's design to take into account the input of the relevant stakeholders. I'm wondering if, like, to what extent is this input typically not just required but recommended to be incorporated? Would then stakeholders outside of government typically have access to the data that's in the PRTR? And this question is because I think this is also relevant in the environment technical reviews that that are currently ongoing, where Indonesia's we have this electronic reporting system for environmental discharge and emissions called SIMPLE. And I think one of the things that was discussed there was that that data is really only available to specific stakeholders outside of the government, and we were wondering if that needs to be expanded, etc. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, you're right. The PRTR data have to be open to the public, so you can give information on specific plants, but you can also do synthesis about what happens in a region. But yes, we want that the results of the PRTR is open to the public. There will be this afternoon more detailed discussions about different legal instruments.
Bu Anissa ada mau menambahkan nggak soal PRTR? So the other day I've got the information from the Ministry of Environment from Pak Hari that in terms of application, there is no specific application that is provided for this PRTR implementation, but somehow there is basic regulation that have been issued to implement this kind of the implementation of PRTR in Indonesia. And how it looks like, probably Ms. Anissa could provide more information.
Okay, terima kasih Pak Radit, thank you. Pak Radit, actually in Indonesia we still not have the regulation regarding the PRTR, but in an application called SIMPLE or Sistem Informasi and Pelaporan or SIMPLE, that the industry have to report the emission of some of emission parameters, and Ministry of Environment publish it in website SIMPLE, but it's not like PRT. It's a little bit like PRTR, but not a really comprehensive of PRTR actually. Thank you. How big is the gap between the expected by the OECD and your SIMPLE? Probably you can. SIMPLE is only on some parameter that we have regulate, like perhaps mercury is one of them, and SOx, NOx, only a little parameter. We hope that in the next year we can step by step have regulation regarding the PRTR in perhaps in some priority chemical or chemical of concern. But it's still, I think our priority now is the revision of our regulation of number 74 year 2001 regarding the chemical management. That's our priority first to issue it this year. Then after that, all of the chemical in the Stockholm Convention, in the Minamato Convention or Rotterdam Convention include in the government regulation. Then we will thinking about PRTR next, perhaps. But first, the regulation.
I was wondering whether OECD has such a specific list in terms of PRTR, including that NOx, SOx, and mercury. And is there any other chemicals, other waste or any emission?
Yes, indeed, you're very lucky because in the field of PRTR there is a mountain of guidance documents that have been developed.
Which mountain? Everest or Bromo?
And especially there are recommended lists of chemicals to be included, also about the choice of sectors, and really if you go to the website of the OECD, you will have all this guidance available. And of course, once you have looked at them, we can have a more exchange on what needs to be done, but this will help you to develop an action plan of what is needed. But we are here to accompany you, so you have plenty of things to guide you. And for the regulation, of course, this is the minimum that has to be done to have the regulation done. What governments do in general is that they begin with period for voluntary data collection from industry, from companies, and after a certain time the collection of data is becoming compulsory. You might wish to go this way.
Okay, so since you mentioned that mountainous document, I was wondering whether you are quite sure that all of these OECD member country has has addressed all of those lists of chemicals that being regulated by PRTR. Each country.
This list is a recommendation. You can begin perhaps with a certain number of chemicals, and then you can enlarge the system also.
So in terms of accession, is there any minimum requirement, any cut off that we have to decide, we have to determine in this? We have the system already, simple.
Yes, so you will have to because there is already something existing. It will be important that you think about how to include what is how to organize the system of collection of data so that it's not redundant for companies to provide the data. It shouldn't be a burden for companies. It should be something you should have. The best would be a single window thing that companies can give their data for all the systems where they have to provide data in one place.
Izin Bapak Ibu dari saya pengen coba mengkalibrasi ya, izin Bapak Ibu. Kalau dari industri, saya yakin di asosiasi banyak perusahaan-perusahaan yang punya status multinasional yang misalnya di Indonesia belum ada regulasinya tapi tetap mengejar standar itu karena tuntutan dari mother company. Saya rasa ada yang seperti itu. Nah, kira-kira dari industri-industri yang ada di Indonesia sekarang ini, kira-kira ada nggak yang tadi mungkin dari Bu Anissa disimpel belum dibuatkan wadahnya, tapi Bapak Ibu comply gitu. Nah, kira-kira kita ngomongin di PRTR nih, dari polutan rilis, kira-kira ada komentar nggak dari teman-teman industri? Monggo, kami persilakan. Bu Ika.
Terima kasih Pak Radit. Izinkan saya berbicara dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Jadi ini pertanyaannya adalah apakah MNC multinational company di Indonesia atau dalam hal ini member dari Responsible Care Indonesia itu sudah mengikuti framework yang ada dalam OECD begitu ya?
Ya. Sampelnya PRTR gitu Bu.
PRTR. Jadi kalau di perusahaan-perusahaan biasanya ya praktisnya di perusahaan multinational company itu kita diwajibkan untuk yang pertama, prioritas pertama adalah memenuhi regulasi atau ketentuan regulasi yang ada di negara di mana kita berada. Itu adalah yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua itu kita juga harus memenuhi internal perusahaan, ketentuan internal perusahaan. Jadi ada dua ketentuan yang harus kita penuhi dan di mana ketentuan yang lebih ketat itu yang harus kita penuhi. Jadi kalau misalnya ketentuan di internal itu lebih ketat dibandingkan ketentuan di negara, misalnya di sini di Indonesia, itu berarti kita harus memenuhi ketentuan di internal di mana itu lebih ketat. Seperti itu.
So in the industry side, I may say that it's not necessarily multinational company, but any company that is the member of responsible care of Indonesia. How many members companies?
Almost 100.
Almost 100 companies. I may say that chemical companies in Indonesia is about 990 something today in Indonesia, according to ISIC and the data from SINAS. So 100 is probably quite a lot, and this company this responsible care has a conduct, and all of the member must comply domestic regulation, also the internal regulation. Internal means the company regulation. If by any chance the internal regulation is tighter than the domestic regulation, they have to comply the tighter one, the stricter one. And then if the domestic regulation is more strict, then they have to comply the domestic regulation. So that's the idea. So not only PRTR issue, but in all of norm, in all of regulation, they have to do that. So which one is the most strict, they have to comply that. So it's the perspective from the industry. But as you may see, the government in Indonesia is now still trying to find out with how far the gap between the OECD standard and the existing regulation in domestically. So if there is specific gap that we have to fill, and then we can work out together with you to find out how to close this gap.
Maybe I can say to you that I have documents that will help you to do this step-by-step analysis of what is missing and what should be done for PRTRs. This is one of the documents that we have developed especially for accession countries. So I will be delighted to share with you this document.
So that's a good idea. Okay, any more comment, questions? Bu Rumi, kami persilakan.
I have a question to Ms. Sylvie. When you deal with the chemical compound, I mean in chemical industry, sometimes in some cases you also have like you have to involve like radioactive material. I mean my question is whether your the legal instrument under your committee in OECD also regulate about the radioactive material which might be part of the process in the chemical industry. Like, for example, the radiopharmaceutical, it uses also radioactive material. Sterilization, it also needs a radioactive material. So whether it is also your scope, I mean in CBC scope, or you separate when it comes to radioactive material, it is not part of CBC. That's my question. Thank you.
Yes, radioactive material is outside the scope of the CBC.
I see.
Baik, cukup ya Bu Rumi. Kalau sesi ini tidak ada lagi, boleh kita we can go to the next session. If there is no more comments or question, we can go to the next session, which is what is it? Resources. So discussion about the need to commit adequate resources. Please go ahead, Miss Sylvie. The floor is yours. Bapak Ibu, kalau mau ambil kopi ada ya boleh sambil ini. Terima kasih.
So there is a presentation. Okay. This presentation is also mainly for governments. Next, please. Next. Okay, so I would like to come back first on the scope of the things that needs to be done for the CBC under the accession process. We are speaking about 20 legal instruments related to chemicals, indeed 19 on chemicals and 1 on biotechnology. Next, please. In the roadmap for the accession of Indonesia to the OECD, it is said that the committees reviewing Indonesia will provide the Council with an evaluation of Indonesia's policies and practices as compared to OECD best policies and practices in their area of competence, and with a reference to the corresponding core principles set out in the appendix to the roadmap. Next. And I wanted to come back on the core principle number 3, which is to give particular attention to the establishment of a systematic and comprehensive industrial chemicals management system. With our experience with previous accession countries, we have really experienced the fact that setting up a management program addressing all chemicals on the market is really a bottleneck for accession. In quite a number of countries, the rules are only about hazardous chemicals. What is the difference with OECD is that we want a system that deals with all chemicals. And this means a larger scope than you are used to, and this needs quite a number of resources. Next, please. So for industrial chemicals, there are different council decisions and recommendations that deal with this topic. But there is also legal instruments on chemical accidents prevention and preparedness and response. And what we discussed just before, the pollutant release and transfer registers. And I can say that these 3 main topics will represent a need for quite increasing resources to first establish it, but then to implement and then to maintain. Next, please. Here you have an overview of the topics in the CBC. So on the left-hand side is all which relates to industrial and consumer chemicals management, and you've seen that there are quite a number of subtopics that will need to be ensured to align with OECD. And we have also topics on the right-hand side that are not only on industrial chemicals, but on chemicals in general, or specific chemicals like mercury or lead. And you see that it's quite a large scope. Next, please. So, as I mentioned, you will need resources for preparing the system and establishing it. And you will need to have appropriate human, technical, and financial resources. And also, not only in the short term and during the accession process, but in the long-time perspective, as the systems will have to be maintained after the accession. Next, please. So in the short term, you need resources to do the gap analysis of existing policy, institutional, and legal framework in Indonesia in relation to the provision of each legal instrument, and also in view of the establishment of a systematic and comprehensive industrial chemicals management system. Next, please. Also, you will need to have enough resources for the preparation of the action plans that will be needed to include the specific actions to meet the provisions of the legal instrument. The actions plans will need to contain detailed schedule of activities, contain information on agreed division of tasks and responsibilities for all the sectors involved. The action plans will provide indication of the funding secured or to be secured, and provide information on human and technical resources secured. So you will need to think about the types of resources needed, and you will have, as a Ministry of Industry, for example, to discuss with the Ministry of Finance, and so that they can be convinced of the need sometimes to have more staff to do one or another thing that is needed to align with the OECD requirements. Next, please. So in terms of aligning with OECD, the things that might be done is the preparation and adoption of the necessary policy documents and or legal instruments. You might have to design, develop, or modify technical resources required. For example, you might have to develop technical guidance to support industry. You might have to develop IT tools, especially for PRTRs. You might have to strengthen, where needed, the capacity of institutions involved in the implementation of the action plans. You might have to have training for them. You might need to have more technical equipment. All this has a cost. Next, please. You will have to organize a socialization of the stakeholders as we do now. So again, this has a cost, in particular in the areas where the stakeholders might be expected to contribute and can benefit from the enhanced information available. Next, please. In the long term, once accession is done, or once the evaluation is done, the resources required for day-to-day operation of the systematic and comprehensive industrial chemicals management system is important. It might include, for example, financial resources, and you have to decide how you will fund all these resources. Will you develop fees and charges on notification and registration request, or will you use governmental resources? And I have put in a link in this the file in this slide about cost recovery charge systems. There is a publication from UNEP that provides information on the best way to have long-term funding of a system that is auto-financed. You will have also to decide about the additional human resources that are needed. For example, PRTR require that people in the government do the quality assurance of data that is provided by industry. They have, you have to have ensure quality assurance and also analyze the data because the PRTR are a tool for checking that your pollution prevention system works well, etc. So you might have to hire more staff and to train them. And you might have to get more technical resources like equipment. Next, please. Again, although it's not a requirement under the accession process, Indonesia is encouraged to consider expert participation in the work of the Chemicals and Biotechnology Committees and its subsidiary bodies. We recommend that you follow these bodies meeting to deepen your understanding of the efforts related to the chemicals management of OECD and the legal instruments that constitute the backbone of it. And although there's a possibility to follow online these meetings, you might wish to try to come to some of them in Paris to be able to discuss with the member countries about how they did it to follow to align with the OECD instruments. Next, please. Here I've put a list of the various working parties under the CBC, and I've put in particular the one in red that are specifically linked to what is required in the OECD legal instruments. So, of course, there is a working party on pollutant release and transfer registers, one on chemical accidents, one on hazard assessment, and one on exposure assessment that you might find particularly interesting to follow in view of what is needed for aligning with OECD. And there is a working party on pesticides, and especially a sub-body which is the OECD network on illegal pesticides that is particularly useful to implement the legal instrument we have on countering illegal trade of pesticides. Next, please. So again, some benefits more on this time from participating in this working party meetings is access to expertise and exchange of best practices, greater harmonization for greater efficiency, for example, resource savings by avoiding duplication of work, convergence of policies among member countries, and participation in standard setting and the development of future legal instruments. Next, please. So yes, that was all what I wanted to mention on the resources needed. So I encourage you to think about it from now. Don't wait after the regulation is enacted to begin to think about the implementation, because you, as I mentioned, you might have to negotiate with the Ministry of Finance to convince that you should receive more resources.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvie. I didn't realize that this session will discuss the initial memorandum and all of the legal instruments. I have one question for you. In terms of alignment, is there any term in the OECD accession like compulsory and optional? I mean, I understand that we have to align with all of these criteria, the OECD criteria, but is there any what is it, a category criteria? This criteria is compulsory, but the other one is optional, that we can meet the criteria after the accession, probably. Is there anything like that?
So indeed, there are two questions in your question: what to do to be a member, and what is compulsory and optional. And so indeed, there are two types of legal instruments: what we call the decisions that are legally binding, and what we call the recommendations that are not legally binding. And some of them are both. It means that some parts of legal instruments are legally binding and some other parts are recommendation. I wouldn't say that there are things that are optional. I would say that for recommendations parts, it's not legally binding, but you need to show the political will to do it as best as you can. So it's not optional. It's just that you put the bar not as high as for decision and legally binding requirements. But we expect you to do also things in order to follow the recommendations. As regard accession, what is absolutely needed to do before accession is to have the new laws or regulations adopted. This is the minimum. And also, I would say that depending on the topics, implementation, we will look also at implementation. For example, if you think about chemical accidents or what you do to avoid the illegal trade of pesticides. These topics are very need really a good implementation because otherwise, if you're not prepared for a chemical accident, there might be huge problems. For other topics, it might not be implementation. For example, for PRTR, we would certainly ask you to have the IT platform in place. Because without the IT system, nothing will work. So it depends a bit on the topics, what we consider as a minimum for accession.
Thank you. So, from your explanation, I may say that tangible example is like IT application or procedures to countermeasure any chemical accident. not necessarily a regulation, but if there is any something that can be shown, it means that we have complied with this recommendation.
Usually, even for the recommendation, you need to have regulations. It depends. It depends, but all the necessary regulations need to be in place for accession.
Okay.
If you consider that you need to develop a regulation, it has to be done before accession can be done.
What I meant is the term political will. Do we need to? Is political will means that we have also enact a regulation?
It depends on. I mean, you have to show that you do the best as you
but
can.
not always regulation, right?
No, not always regulation. It depends. Sometimes it's just a procedure that has to be put in place. For example, we have a declaration on lead that we ask for risk reduction programs. If you can show that you have several programs of risk reduction, it's okay. You don't need to have all the reduction programs that may exist, but show that you have done things, that you will improve things also in the future, etc.
And it's not also always coming from the government, right? It can also coming from the industry by themselves, doing something.
Yes, indeed, the governments can have different incentives toward the industry, and it depends also on the philosophy of the government. In some countries, governments rely very much on voluntary contributions from industries. Some others are more turned towards regulations or temporary development, temporary incentives, flexible incentive at the beginning, and then more compulsory regulation afterwards.
Okay, so
what is important is that at the end of the day there is a
gradual action. You mean?
Yes, an impact.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, ada pertanyaan? Boleh apa? Gantian ya Bu ya, silakan Bapak.
Agent Paradit, I think I will deliberate in Bahasa Indonesia ya, mengapa? I'm Rifki from the State Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia, Sekretariat Kabinet Pak. Kalau tadi dikatakan bahwa ya we need political will, tentu kita semua tahu bahwa kalau di high level kita semua udah dua presiden kita terdahulu Pak Jokowi dan juga terakhir Pak Prabowo juga ini udah tegas-tegas mengendorse supaya kita semua bisa masuk penuh menjadi OECD secepat mungkin Pak ya. Tentu itu ada timeline menuju aksesi itu yang harus kita jaga juga. Mudah-mudahan apa yang kita lakukan based on timeline yang udah kita punya itu tidak akan membuat proses Indonesia ini tidak mundur lagi. Kalaupun ada catatan-catatan hal yang bisa kita negosiasikan, ada yang harus kita persiapkan lebih, itu adalah hal yang sifatnya bukan substansial, tapi bisa kita susulkan di kemudian hari setelah kita sudah diterima penuh menjadi OECD. Itu poin pertama. Dan keduanya, barangkali entah in this committee or in other committee, ini kita juga akan harus memapping ini mana regulator yang tadi bersifat restriction, yang dianggap OECD yang dianggap membatasi yang harus direvisi yang mana, dan nanti skalanya tentu akan mudah buat kita untuk mengubah hal-hal yang sifatnya teknis ketimbang mengubah yang sifatnya atau level peraturannya tinggi, like undang-undang misalnya ya. Tentu kita tadi udah dijelaskan bahwa political will itu tidak mesti dalam bentuk perubahan a new regulation, tapi ada niat baik kita, progress kita from the government or from the industries, yang penting semuanya terdokumentasikan dengan baik supaya bisa jadi bahan kita untuk mereport. Kayak tadi misalnya untuk menghimpun data-data terkait chemicals yang ada di kita. Even though there is some gap between what is required from OECD di PTRT tadi, tentu modal yang tadi sudah dibuat oleh Menteri KLH, simple, atau di Ministry of Industry ada di Pusat Industri Hijau kalau nggak salah juga ada ya. Untuk itu kan kewajiban untuk melaporkan, termasuk chemical juga tiap triwulan gitu. Itu juga hal-hal yang bisa kita improve maybe. Not starting from zero again, but we can start from that untuk mempercepat aja Pak pemenuhan kita pemenuhan kualifikasi kita untuk especially di Komite Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee ini. Mungkin dari saya itu Pak, makasih. Thank you. Rifki Pak, ya makasih Pak.
So we got a strong message from Pak Rizky from the Cabinet Secretary, Pak Mr. Rifki. So well, actually it's a strong commitment from two presidents, Mr. Jokowi and also now Mr. Prabowo. Both of the president have a strong commitment to access the OECD as soon as possible, and we are the Ministry of Industry have the mandate to successfully deliver the CBC board to complete all of the requirement in the IM. So there is two message here. So that's the first one. Whatever it takes, we have to finish as soon as possible. We have to access this as soon as possible in terms of CBC. And then the second one, for if there is any bottlenecking or such regulation that is still not aligned with the OECD frame, we will discuss it. But first we have to find out what are they. So we have to find out. Maybe we also need your review. I guess you haven't do review to our IM, right? So we are waiting for that. So if you found any gaps, no matter no matter the size of the gap, is it the big one or the small one, please let us know so we can act as soon as possible to see whether we can close that gap as soon as possible. So right now we are waiting, probably waiting for your review on our IMs. But I believe I also have we've been doing updating. Like I mentioned earlier, when we have first meeting in Zoom back in January, we've been updating the IM. So I will send you the update version 1. Ya, terima kasih Pak Rifki. So dari Bapak Ibu yang lain kami persilakan. Ibu Rumi, monggo Bu.
My question to Ms. Sylvie again. You know that there is potential that for the chemical compound we export or we import, they also have like dual use, a function that they might be used as a like chemical bomb, even although actually the intention is not for chemical bomb, but there's potential that it will be used as a dual use item of like a chemical bomb. Is it also part of the CBC for the export and import such chemical compound, which also has potential to be used as a chemical bomb?
Chemical abuse, ya Bu. Chemical abuse.
Okay,
Yeah.
chemical abuse.
No, indeed, we don't really touch this issue of security of chemicals.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sylvie. I have a few questions to you. Thank you for the presentation. Just curious about the Indonesia roadmap, about the going to be OECD member. So I heard that the roadmap for Indonesia has been established in 2024. So whether it can be accessed by public, and what kind of the the roadmap that has been established for Indonesia, whether it is different with the other country that already becoming a member of the OECD. That's the first. And the second about the step that need to be followed by Indonesia to be the OECD member, knowing that we need to establish the OECD roadmap, and then we need to close the gap comparing to the standard that has been set up by OECD. And then we need to do the self-assessment, and then continue with the assessment done by OECD committee, whether we need we fulfill all the requirement or not, and whether we need to do some of the corrective action, etc. So based on the experience with the other country, how long it will be taken to go through all the step to becoming from the starting, from the current situation, just like Indonesia, until we will got becoming the OECD member. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, the duration of the accession process really stays in the hands of the country, because it depends of the velocity of answering to our request. It depends also if you have to develop a law that needs to go to the parliament. Everybody knows that it takes much more time than having a regulation done by the government. Also negotiating with the stakeholders can take time. So really there is no answer to your request. It's really in your hands.
And how about the roadmap?
The roadmap is official. It's on the website of the OECD. You can access to it very easily.
Again, thank you very much. My questions are threefold. They're all actually follow-up questions from the previous question. But firstly, let me maybe start with the timeline. Completely understand it is up to each member country to set its own timeline. But I do understand with Indonesia's ambition of finishing by 2027, it's quite a tight timeline. And I understand that there were plans, tentative plans, to have the chemicals discussion in the OECD committee in October 2026, which is quite not a far, it's not super long from now. So I guess the question is, as next steps, when can we anticipate, for example, will we be receiving questionnaires to fill out? And I also understand from the other technical reviews of other committee under the OECD, we would then usually receive like a table indicating which items are still outstanding, what are the gaps per instrument and per the accession core principles in the roadmap. Is that also the process that we would anticipate with the Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee? And if yes, wondering if that would be received, and we can work on that in the next couple of months. That's the first question. And I think the second one is more so, let me just quickly check. Maybe I only have two questions. So the second question is, if there, completely understand for example, Costa Rica's example, that there were certain gap closing measures that were done after they become OECD members. But I think I understand from the OECD legal accession team that they've changed their approach. So now for newer accession candidates like Indonesia, we will need to close all of the gaps before we can officially become members. So I'm just wanting to confirm if that is still the understanding. And actually I do have a third question, which would be, I think it would be more of a request than a question. It would be very useful if in the OECD assessment, if we could have that indication if specific gaps need to be closed under a specific modality. I think from our initial self-assessment, we did not really see any gaps that will need to be closed specifically by regulation or laws. We saw that there were gaps that could be closed through policy or through practices, but not specifically by legislation. And I think picking up on what was discussed earlier, I think that legislation would take a bit more time to process, maybe 1 or 2 years. So if there is anything that the OECD indicates that actually we need legislation to close this gap, would be great to get that indication early on. Thanks so much.
Yes, so I can confirm what the legal department has said, that yes, you have to close the gaps before becoming a members, and you have in general to develop action plans with details about the deadlines and what the different activities you need to do, and if you have the necessary resources to do that. And once the action plan are established and are adopted, you need to begin the implementation. And in the action plan, in general, there are a few activities that are absolutely necessary before accession. And there are others that we consider that you can have more time to implement. Yes, about the next steps. So we will review the initial memorandum. We haven't had time to analyze it yet. Usually, once we have analyzed it, we realize that we are missing some data, or we don't understand the answer, or we have doubts. So we send you a questionnaire with different answers, different questions to which you have to answer. These are not already made questionnaires. They are really questionnaires that we develop for each country according to what is in the initial memorandum. Then you send us the answers to the questionnaire, and then we come on mission for having an evaluation mission. And as I mentioned earlier, the purpose of the mission is to, again, there might be things after the questionnaire that are not totally clear that we want to have explanation about, and also to see how implementation is done. And then after the mission, the fact-finding mission, the Secretariat, we write a report for the CBC session. And the CBC session discusses the situation, and they have to provide to the Council, which is the highest body of OECD, a formal opinion about the evaluation under their remit. What can be done is that we do it in several phases. I mean, we don't necessarily will go to the CBC, wait to go to the CBC when everything is done or is under control, or we might go several times, especially, yes, you mentioned that there is a session in October this year, and you're right that it's quite close. So probably we won't have the time to deal with all the legal instruments, and we will go to the CBC to evaluate only a certain number of them. There are always low-hanging fruit that we begin with, and there are topics that are more difficult or will take more time. So in that case, we come back to the CBC at a later stage.
Yes, so I think to be ready for the CBC meeting end of October, yes, but it's in a closed session. So yes. We have one CBC meeting every 8 months. No. So probably October we would have to maybe to come on mission in June, if we manage. No, 2026. June or in summer, depending how much time it takes to have the answers to our questions. For the evaluation mission, is this year? Well, if we do it in phases, for preparation of each CBC session, there will be one mission coming before. Yes, this mission is really to give you advice on the process, on all which needs to be done. After that, there will be what we call evaluation mission or fact-finding missions, where we have analyzed the initial memorandum and we come here to see especially how it is implemented and how it works. And we usually ask for technical visits to enable us to see the implementation in the field. For example, if we want to evaluate chemical accident prevention, preparedness and response, we will visit a plant, and we will look and how they do. Yes. Well, as I mentioned, in order to have, if you want to have a session in October, it will need to happen during June, July, August. I don't know when are holidays in general in Indonesia. But I mean, for the evaluation mission, is there a period where people are not in the office? They are. Okay, your main holiday season is okay. Okay.
Thank you from INAPLAS and also Vicky, RCI. You mentioned about visit of the plant in order to see the preparedness of the emergency response, something like that. And in Indonesia, we have many companies to be visited. Would you make it is random or this is decided by Pak Radit, something like that? Thank you.
Well, we have to check your system now. We might wish to see two types of plants, a very large and a small one, or
Thank you. My name Satya Budi from Responsible Care Indonesia. I think from our point of view, because we have experience in verification or audit for the responsible care, we will recommend some point to Mr. Radit to be considered, yeah, from the small, medium, and large company.
yes, I want to mention that the purpose of this visit is not to evaluate the plant or the company. It's just to have an example of how regulations work in Indonesia.
Yeah, understand.
And also, Indonesia is quite decentralized country and has many islands, and we are interested in knowing how it works between the government, the federal, regional, local levels for your regulations.
So, if you give us the chance to provide you the plans, probably will provide you the best one. So, I don't want to take the risk that you, but I believe all of these chemical plants are quite comply with this chemical management regulated by the government. So up to you. If you have any reference, maybe you just let me know, and then I can arrange the visit. But if you would like to see the best one, we also can give you the best ones.
Yes, we have to check the initial memorandum. So I'm not sure that for the first mission we'll do chemical accidents already. It might be during the second mission.
2026, right?
No.
Okay.
Then it would be maybe in 2027.
So, what is the possibility for you to come to Indonesia in this? The next visit in Indonesia would be going on.
You mean after the first one?
Yeah, after this one, is when will you?
Well, there are opportunities every 8 months.
Every 8 months.
Because the
So
CBC
we have
meeting.
to be ready on October, November. We have to be ready on October or November to receive you again.
Not October. You mean in 2027?
2026.
No, because 2026 you will be in Paris explaining the committee why you are aligned.
Gimana? Yang visit Juni tahun ini. Oh, so you will be visiting us on June? And then you expecting us to come to Paris at in October?
Yes.
Apa gitu?
No, the deadline, if you want to be ready in October for a first evaluation, is tight.
We are going to report it to our chairman.
But we progress as far as we can. I mean, there will be a need for several sessions. So
Saya pikir tadi abis ini 8 bulan lagi datang lagi gitu. Enggak ya, jadi 8 bulannya itu CBC yang CBC-nya. Oh, meetingnya. Tapi CBC kan ya? Okay, Miss Sylvie, let's say everything goes well and then you come here in June and we get a chance to visit Paris in October. Do you have any description that can be shared with us? How it looks like the visit in June? I mean, how many days and how many plans and what is the activities? I probably need to hear from you now.
in general, such a mission lasts about 2-3 days, depending. Yes.
One visit in one chemical plant could take 1 day.
Yes, I know.
If you mention about the small and medium size and large size, probably take more time.
Well, we adapt to the situation in the country. There's no format that is obligatory. And it depends on the topics that we will review in October. As I mentioned, as we haven't analyzed the EM yet, we don't know which the topics will be at the meeting. But in view of the very tight deadline, as I said, only a few topics will be evaluated, and for some of them we might not need a technical visit, but we also want to discuss sometimes with inspectors, again, to know how compliance and enforcement is done, because it's part of the implementation. Because very often you can have very nice laws and regulations, but if there's no compliance monitoring inspection, it doesn't work.
Okay, thank you. So we can discuss that later on with you. So this is what this the map I meant. My mistake. So it's only 47%. 47%, the biggest
Western
volume of chemical plants in the western side of Java, and then followed by Eastern Java, 20.9%, 209 companies. So 999 in total. No worries, I will send you the the file. Yeah. I think we are running out of time right now because it's 11:54 right now, and we still have one session 4. Can we just make it real quick before we have lunch? The tools for very short. Okay. Good. Mohon izin Bapak Ibu, kita sabar dikit, satu sesi lagi. Mudah-mudahan ini katanya pendek. Kita habiskan dulu sesi yang keempat sebelum kita break makan siang. Ya, sure. Pak, bisa dicolok ke sini nggak Pak? Ininya kejauhan ya? Gini aja. Do you have any? Oh iya. The link. You can send the link to me.
Yes, so indeed, what I want to do with this session is to make you aware of tools that are available to help you in developing a sound chemicals management system. We spoke about PRTRs before, and I said that there are many guidance documents available. We have one on PRTRs. We have one on industrial chemicals management as well that I will provide you with at the end of this meeting. And there is this toolbox for decision making in chemicals management. Previous accession countries in the past have used it, and they said that it was a tool that had been very useful to them. So I just want to show you a short video about that shows how to use it so that you can use it after this meeting. So yes, maybe if you go down on the page and yes, here you go to tutorial.
Ke tutorial, Mas. Ke tutorial.
Yes, this is not
Di
that
atas
one.
video ada kata tutorial.
Yes, and it's a few minutes, 6 minutes video, and you will see.
Boleh ada suaranya?
And there
Most
is
appropriate and efficient issues related to chemicals management. It brings together in one location all of the available resources, guidance documents and training materials related to chemicals management developed by the IOMC participating organizations. This tutorial will walk you through the main aspects of the IOMC Toolbox website. There is a menu bar to access the main areas of the website, specifically a menu showing the various management schemes, links to the news page, help page, contact page, and a button to log into your My IOMC account. You can also change the language of the website between English, French, and Spanish. In the middle of the home page, there is a search bar to access the resources of the toolbox. In your search, you can specify the level of resources available in your country, the management scheme you are interested in, and input or select a precise element you wish to get information on. Under this section, you can see the 8 different management schemes available and a short presentation of the IOMC toolbox, what it aims to do and what it offers. Further below, you can find a list of the toolkits developed by the IOMC participating organizations and links to discover them. The sections Save the Date and Latest News will help you stay informed of upcoming events and other important information about the IOMC toolbox. At the end of this page, you can find an introductory video on the IOMC toolbox, this tutorial video, and our flyer. The toolbox provides access to the 8 different management schemes: chemical accident prevention, preparedness and response, classification and labelling, industrial chemicals management, national management for PRTRs, national management for pesticides, occupational health and safety management for chemicals, public health management of chemicals and the WHO Chemicals Roadmap, and best available techniques. As presented in the beginner's tutorial, you can also find the management schemes on the menu on the top of the homepage. The management scheme entry gives you the choice between the different schemes developed by the IOMC participating organizations. You can discover each of them by clicking on the relevant entry. Clicking on the news link, you can access all the latest information shared in the IOMC toolbox. If you have any questions, comments, or feedback, please follow the contact link. Using the search bar from the toolbox, you can specify the level of resources available in your country between limited, medium, or high, with the content of the management scheme differing depending on the level of resources selected. You can then choose your desired management scheme. You can also select a more precise element targeting a specific need. Then, click Search. On the results page, 3 filters allow you to restrict the type of content shown as results: the More Information page, Management Schemes or Steps, and Tools. If you tick the More Information filter, you will be provided with additional detail and information on the subject. If you tick the Management Schemes, Elements or Steps filter, an overview of the different steps of implementation of the management scheme and how to undertake them will be presented. And if you tick the Tools filter, you can get access to the different tools from the IOMC participating organizations. As an example, we will go through the guidelines on data requirements for the registration of pesticides from the International Code of Conduct on the distribution and use of pesticides. By clicking on it, you are provided with a description of the tool's contents, a brief explanation of why this tool is relevant to the implementation step, and a link to open the document in a separate tab or window and download it for offline consultation. You now also have the possibility to bookmark a tool by clicking on the star near the title of the document. You will be asked to log into your My IOMC account in order to save it in your list by entering your email and personal password, or by setting up an account if you do not have one set up already. You also have the possibility to fine-tune your search directly from the management scheme page. Above the title of the management scheme, you can specify the resources available in your country. Another way of doing this is by clicking on the first button of the floating menu in the right-hand side of the screen. In this menu, there are 3 other buttons that give you the possibility to look for a resource using the search bar, access information, or download all the content available on the page so that you may read it offline in the selected language of the website. The management scheme page also allows you to select the stage needed and skip the steps that have already been implemented. This allows an approach tailored to your needs. You can browse the different steps recommended by this toolbox with the summary on the left of the page. By clicking on the required action, The website provides all the information, steps to be followed, and relevant tools needed for implementation. The IOMC Toolbox has been developed to facilitate efforts to set up or strengthen chemicals management schemes. You are encouraged to use the IOMC Toolbox in your strategic planning and for day-to-day chemicals management. Thank you for visiting the IOMC Toolbox website.
So this tool is mainly for governments to help them develop management schemes, and the one on industrial chemicals will be particularly useful to you, I think. Especially you will have also on this in this tool examples of how countries have developed their own industrial chemicals system. So there are case studies that you can also look at, and also to mention that we are regularly enlarging the topics, and we have additional management schemes that are available. For example, we are going to add one on waste management, and another one on countering illegal pesticides, and a third one on mutual acceptance data system. But so another tool available to you to help you design your system.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvie. Also thank you for the introduction of this IOMC site. We are going to check it out later on. I think it's quite a lot of information inside the site, so we need time to study it, and we are going to include everyone to check this out. Oke, Bapak Ibu, sebelum lunch, apakah ada ini feedback lagi? Persilakan Bapak, dari ITB, Bapak.
Yeah, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Sylvie. I'm sorry, maybe I will talk in Indonesia because this concern a little bit for the internal issue, I think. So, perkenalkan, nama saya Guntur, saya dari perwakilan dari ITB. Jadi, mungkin kalau saya melihatnya, ini dari sudut pandang akademisi apa ya? Jadi, menurut saya keterlibatan kita ke OECD ini perlu banyak sekali persiapannya. Jadi, pertama terkait dengan kita tuh punya OECD punya standar yang harus dipenuhi oleh industri dan pada akhirnya oleh negara kita. Salah satunya terkait dengan hasil analisis laboratorium, yang berarti ujungnya kita tuh harus punya satu laboratorium yang mampu memenuhi persyaratan tersebut, yang artinya harus terakreditasi. Seberapa mau kita sebagai mungkin dibantu oleh negara untuk menyediakan itu, karena saat ini saja laboratorium yang terakreditasikan saja kayaknya belum semua provinsi banyak yang punya, atau sangat terbatas jumlahnya. Jadi laboratorium tersebut, karena kalau misalnya pada akhirnya kita join ke situ dan kalau mau menjual keluar harus memenuhi syarat itu dan kita nggak punya, ekspor harus kirim sampel keluar yang mana akan cost ke industri. Jadi itu mungkin perlu diperhatikan juga bahwa pada saat kita menunjang ini tuh seperti apa supportnya. Kedua, kita juga punya banyak sekali standar-standar nasional SNI. Bagaimana SNI kita itu nanti akan memenuhi juga persyaratan dari OECD. Apakah kita jadi punya standar nasional sendiri atau jadi memenuhi yang di luar? Karena bisa jadi berbeda dua aspek tersebut. Apakah kemudian mau diseragamkan atau seperti apa? Itu juga menurut saya penting dari sisi kelengkapan dokumen, kelengkapan infrastruktur yang harus dipenuhi. Yang kemudian yang kedua, ini kan ada komite bioteknologi ya. Kita jujur-jujur aja Pak, industri bioteknologi di Indonesia kan belum terlalu banyak. Kita ada satu yang besar, Bio Farma. Tapi let's say biosafety level kita seperti apa, peraturan terkait biosafety kita seperti apa. Kalau kita masuk ke sini, berarti standar-standar biosafety, bioteknologi terkait dengan limbah-limbah biologis itu juga kita harus punya. Kalau dari sisi akademisi sih kami maksudnya bisa untuk membantu itu, tapi kan tidak cepat. Dan harus ada koordinasi juga dengan industrinya. Saya nggak tahu di sini ada yang terlibat dengan industri bioteknologi atau tidak, tapi melibatkan standar itu nggak bisa hanya ngikutin saja standar internasional. Nggak boleh, karena tidak sama kondisinya. Jadi menurut saya sih itu juga perlu diperhatikan, karena ini chemicals and biotechnology. Chemicals kita banyak di sini industri chemicals, bioteknologinya bagaimana. Kebetulan saya di chemical engineering, pekerjaannya bioproses. Saya tahu ada biosafety level 1, 2, 3, 4, bagaimana standar kita seperti itu. Kita produksi vaksin, bagaimana standar keselamatannya. Yang ketiga, tadi disebutkan, saya ngelihat di peraturannya itu ada, intinya sih kita perlu melibatkan koordinasi antar kementerian. Berdasarkan sedikit pengalaman yang saya punya, menurut keyakinan saya, koordinasi ini sesuatu yang sebuah tantangan lah saya nyebutnya. Saya menyebutnya sebuah tantangan karena harus jelas, ini beneran harus jelas. Jadi contoh paling dekat deh, paling dekat saat ini. Kita kan saat ini ada kasus kebakaran gudang pestisida. Ini kan topik hari ini kan terkait dengan health, safety, environment, keselamatan, konservasi lingkungan. Saat ini kelihatannya yang pusing cuma KLH, Pak. Kebetulan saya ada beberapa teman di KLH di bidang air, tapi kan ini adalah produk dari industri. Bagaimana koordinasi dari Kementerian Perindustrian? Jadi menurut saya, apakah saya mendukung, saya sepakat bahwa Indonesia ke OECD mungkin menjadi sebuah langkah yang penting untuk juga kita muncul di ranah internasional. Tapi sepertinya internal kita juga perlu dibenahi dulu, Pak. Karena koordinasi ini berat. Kalau misalnya, karena pada akhirnya kalau ini tidak jelas secara pembagian tanggung jawab, kita mau koordinasi seperti apa, siapa yang harus bagaimana, pada akhirnya kita hanya akan lempar-lemparan aja, Pak. Saya banyak bekerja di air, di sungai, ngomongin sanitasi dan segala macam, selalu lempar-lemparan antara KLH dengan PU. Jadi koordinasi antar kementerian menurut saya ya harus untuk kita benar-benar susun. Kebetulan ada Bapak dari Sekretariat Negara. Mohon maaf Pak, karena saya dari akademisi, saya mencoba untuk sedikit imparsial. Saya memahami sudut pandang dari industri, ada sisi cost-nya. Dari situ sini juga opportunity, tapi kita industri itu juga ada yang seberapa mature sih industri kita. OECD itu kita tidak hanya mengekspor, tapi kan pasarnya jadi bebas. Akan ada potensi barang itu masuk. Seberapa kuat kita nahan itu, seberapa kuat ketahanan atau kemauan kita untuk nahan itu. Itu juga menurut saya penting. Jadi mohon maaf, ini dari sisi pandangan saya sebagai akademisi, jadi melihatnya agak keluar mungkin. Nah ini mudah-mudahan kita bisa perbaiki sama-sama. Ya, terima kasih.
Baik. Terima kasih Pak Guntur, kami memahami keresahan Pak Guntur. pada apa namanya? Pada stand up semua jadinya. Izin Pak, kami berterima kasih pada Pak Guntur telah mengingatkan. Saya sebenarnya tidak dalam kapasitas untuk menjawab yang paling terakhir tadi, karena itu tusinya izin Pak Jajang ya. Koordinatif aja. Kami hanya di sektor, jadi di industri. Tapi kami memahami itu. Ya Bu Anissa ya. Iya. Oh perlu disebut ya itu. Oh iya. Jadi terima kasih sudah diingatkan. Saya memang belum paham semuanya, tapi sejauh pemahaman saya, memang di IM, di legal instrument itu sifatnya umum Pak. Kalau tadi Pak Guntur langsung masuk ke SNI per SNI, misalnya SNI kalsium karbida, SNI asam sulfat, kayaknya OECD tidak se teknis itu, jadi lebih ke guidance, lebih ke pedoman. Jadi itu masih bisa dibicarakan. Terus kalau lab, saya juga surprise tadi jumlah yang sudah tersertifikasi. Saya juga mungkin nanti saya coba tanya ke Miss Sylvie ya mengenai jumlah yang harusnya ada untuk setiap negara. Terus terima kasih sudah diberikan informasi mengenai biotechnology. Ini juga nanti akan saya forward ke Miss Sylvie. Jadi di CBC itu ada 20 legal instrumen, yang biotechnology cuma 1 legal instrumen. Nanti kita coba cek lagi. Saya nggak tahu Mas, ada di sesi berikutnya nggak sih biotechnology? Tidak ada kayaknya, tapi kayaknya kita berarti udah align dong. Coba nanti kita cek ya. Iya, nanti yang soal dalam tanda kutip tadi ya, lempar-lemparan. Pak Adanya mau komen nggak Pak? Saya sampai di situ, nanti setelah Pak Jajang memberikan komentar, saya akan tidak lanjut yang bioteknologi sama yang lab tadi Pak. Silakan Pak.
Terima kasih Pak Guntur atas masukannya. Kalau saya melihatnya adalah ini adalah kesempatan yang baik untuk kita semua untuk public engagement, karena memang dari awal OECD memahami bahwa proses ini akan memerlukan keterlibatan tidak hanya untuk pemerintah tapi juga non pemerintah. Oleh karena itu mereka juga mewanti-wanti bahwa proses transformasi ini perlu melibatkan dari Bapak Ibu sekalian akademisi, asosiasi, kemudian labor union dan lain sebagainya. Jadi kami menganggap forum ini mari kita manfaatkan dengan baik untuk memahami bersama visi dan misi tujuan sebagaimana tadi yang disampaikan Bapak Rifki juga tentang komitmen Indonesia untuk bisa menjadi anggota PON OECD dalam kurun waktu kurang lebih di masa kepresidenan Bapak Prabowo. Jadi kami ucapkan terima kasih atas masukannya dan ini akan menjadi catatan kita bersama. Semoga di kedepannya public engagement seperti ini akan lebih banyak lagi supaya kita semua aware dan memahami visi yang sama apa yang sedang diprioritaskan oleh pemerintah. Dari kami sekian, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Jajang. Saya coba akan diskusikan dengan Miss Sylvie. So Miss Sylvie, there are feedback from the academy, from the Bandung Institute of Technology, Mr. Guntur. So there are 2 questions. The first one about the certified laboratory. So do you think we have to establish in certain amount of laboratory certified OECD laboratory before we granted the access to the OECD? That is the first one. And I also was wondering whether what is the name of the institution that certify this laboratory also. Can you explain more about that? So that's the first thing, the first one, and then the second one is the biotechnology. So according to Mr. Guntur, Indonesia is not quite mature in biotechnology business, and if we have a powerful commitment to join the OECD, then we have to comply in any criteria on biosafety aspect, like the waste, like the biological waste, and etc. and etc. So please elaborate more about the cut-off of requirement in terms of legal instrument biotechnology. So that's the second question. So 2 questions, please.
Okay, so as I mentioned before, it's not necessary to have certified labs to be able to become an OECD member. And this is a procedure which is specific to this certification that we call the compliance monitoring program for the mutual acceptance of data and GLP principles. And this is done by a working party on GLP that we have at the OECD, which is below the CBC. You might remember I showed a slide with all the different working parties. So it's one working party which is in charge of that, and a working party on GLP. And as regards the process, it's a bit like in the form. I mean, it's a bit like the accession process. I think that's in questionnaires. You answer to the questions, and then there is a mission that goes in the country to check how it is implemented. So it means that you have to develop a GLP compliance monitoring program at the level of the country. Even if it's for one lab, you need to have the system working at country level. And it is mentioned in one of these legal instruments, the number 252. So you have to establish procedures for monitoring compliance with GLP principles. Thanks to inspection and study audits, you have to designate an authority, and you have to require the test facilities management to issue a declaration that a study was done according to GLP principles. And there are guidelines for compliance monitoring and for inspection and study audits in the body of this legal instrument that will guide you on what is needed to be ready to then have the visit of the evaluation group to your country to give you we don't call it a certification, but it's not a license, it's just that you become adherent to the mutual accession, mutual acceptance of data system. Yes, and it depends if your country is interested. There are OECD countries that are not part of this mutual acceptance of data system, or in the past there was at least one that wasn't part of the system because they were not interested. So it's, as I mentioned, it's completely different from the accession process.
It sounds a bit confusing to me if if such a country doesn't have any designated lab for OECD GLP, because how can the testing can be done?
Then the Indonesian companies go to a lab in another country, which is part of the mutual acceptance of data. If there's no lab inside the country,
it will bring more. It will be costly. I think it's better if we have our own.
Yes, if you have your own system, it's also business opportunities for more employment for people. Yes, of course.
Okay.
But
So
in the meantime, because this is a process that may take some time, in the meantime, if a company needs to have testing done, it can be done in any country adhering to the mutual acceptance of data system.
if you don't mind, may I know how many GLP labs in Thailand?
Personally, I don't have the data. I don't know because I'm not the one dealing with this issue at OECD. But as I said, if even for one lab you have to do the procedure, so I really don't know.
Okay. So the next question, please.
What was the next question? Biotechnology. Well, so the legal instrument on the biosafety is a recommendation. It's not a decision, so it's not legally binding.
Okay. So I only need a political will. Okay.
But this afternoon online there will be the expert participating, so you can ask questions. But What is written in the legal instrument is that the country should develop relevant risk assessments, guidelines, and national regulation for genetically engineered organisms. The member countries should exchange information towards harmonization of related approaches and tools for ensuring their safety, while not unduly impede further developments in recombinant DNA techniques. The country should ensure appropriate containment measures and monitoring for genetically engineered organisms used in large-scale industrial applications, and should ensure that genetically engineered organisms used for agricultural and environmental applications are evaluated for potential risks on a case-by-case basis in a stepwise approach from laboratory, growth chamber or greenhouse, and finally field testing before they're released for use at a larger scale. So I don't know what is the situation in Indonesia. I don't know if you allow imports of DNA recombinant products, if you allow production and trade of it. It depends, because then if you don't have anything, of course you don't. If you, for example, Peru at the moment is forbidding any GMO product imported or used or produced in their country, so they just need to ensure that they don't let these products enter. But if you let them enter, you have to ensure that they follow the recommendations about risk assessments or measures to prevent their spread in the country, etc. It depends on the situation on your country.
Okay, thank you. So far, it's a good news if it is what do you call a recommendation, ya. Aman Pak, bioteknologi aman Pak, jadi nggak sampai regulasi. Sementara cukup ya, Bapak Ibu ya. Baik, so I think we are now approaching the lunch break. So Bapak Ibu sekalian, siapa yang ngomongin Mbak Desanya? Oh iya, kami kembalikan ke MC ya. Jadi kita tutup dulu yang termin pertama. Terima kasih.
Baik, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, terima kasih atas perhatian dan partisipasinya selama jalannya sesi ini. Untuk itu, sebelum kita melanjutkan ke agenda yang berikutnya, kita akan memasuki waktu break isoma terlebih dahulu. Kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu untuk beristirahat sejenak, dapat menikmati sajian yang telah disiapkan di area foyer. Bagi yang menjalankan ibadah sholat juga dapat menuju ke masjid yang berada di lantai basement 1 ya Bapak Ibu. Dan dimohon untuk Bapak Ibu dapat kembali ke ruangan ini pukul 13.30 waktu Indonesia Barat ya Bapak Ibu. Sekali lagi kami ingatkan untuk dapat kembali ke ruangan ini pada pukul 13.30. Hadirin yang kami hormati, waktu isoma telah usai. Kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu untuk kembali menempati tempat duduk masing-masing karena acara akan segera kita lanjutkan. Baik Bapak dan Ibu, karena acara akan kita mulai, untuk itu saya serahkan kembali kepada moderator.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu MC, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, terima kasih telah kembali lagi ke dalam ruangan. Sekarang kita memasuki termin kedua setelah lunch break. Kami mohon dapat bertahan lagi sampai usai. Sesuai yang tertuang pada jadwal, kita tinggal 3 sesi lagi. Sesi 5, 6, dan 7. Nah, sesi yang ke-6 itulah yang saya rasa nanti Bapak Ibu dari industri yang kayaknya dapat peluang banyak untuk bisa mengeksplorasi karena judul sesinya tuh capacity building. Jadi ini sangat penting dengan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dan yang Bapak Ibu yang dari pemerintahan juga, saya rasa ini juga hal yang penting untuk top up knowledge kita dalam hal environment, safety, and health, khususnya dalam hal aksesi OECD. Jadi saya rasa sudah bisa kita mulai lagi ya. Untuk rekan-rekan yang belum masuk nanti boleh langsung join. Dan pada kesempatan ini nanti, ini masih jam 1.30, nanti di pukul 2 siang kami akan kehadiran peserta tambahan dari Paris langsung akan hadir melalui Zoom. So how many persons will join us on 2 p.m? 2 o'clock? Do you have any idea how many person? 2 persons. So jadi akan ada dua participants lagi dari OECD, dari sekretariat OECD dari Paris join dengan kita nanti jam 2 via Zoom. Jadi mudah-mudahan dengan demikian kita bisa mengeksplor lagi lebih lanjut kalau ada pertanyaan-pertanyaan dari Bapak Ibu sekalian. Baik, saya rasa sekarang waktunya saya melimpahkan forum kepada Miss Sylvie. Miss Sylvie, I think you may now proceed to the next session, which is section 5, implementation, compliance monitoring, and enforcement of the legislation in the field. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I don't have any presentation for this item, and indeed we began the discussion already this morning. I was saying that the main purpose of the evaluation mission is to evaluate how implementation of the legal instruments are done. And during these missions, we like to speak in particular with inspectors, and because there are those who are in charge of monitoring the compliance and inspecting the private stakeholders. So there's not really anything else that I wanted to convey to you, that very often in countries we see that this is the part of the system that is weak, and that's why you have to be particularly aware of it, and as I mentioned this morning, in particular as it relates to the resources needed to enforce the new regulation. Of course, when there is a new regulation, the recommendation of the OECD is that there is a time for people who have to comply to become aware of the new regulation, to receive, if necessary, some training or to be aware of some guidance that might be developed by the government, and to be informed about that before the next step, which is when companies have to comply, and then if they don't comply, they might be subject to fines or even to prosecutions. It's more awareness raising for me.
So if I may share with you, here today we have someone coming from the Food and Drugs Agency. Ya, Bapak Ibu dari BPOM masih ada ya? Ya, oh ya Bu, izin. Kemudian ada dari rekan dari Binwasker, dari Menaker, apakah masih ada? Masih ada Bu? Ibu ya? Iya, makasih Bu. Terus kemudian ada Ibu Anissa from the Environment, and then we are from the Ministry of Industry. So there are some regulations in terms of the enforcement of health, environment, and safety. So the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Manpower, also and the Food and Drugs Agency, I believe all of these institutions conduct inspection to every commercial entity in Indonesia, and probably I would like to invite starting from Bu Anissa dulu ya. Ya, inspeksi monitoring boleh diceritakan. Anything environment.
Okay, thank you Pak Radit. Atau dalam bahasa Indonesia saja ya Pak, saya menjelaskannya. Please allow me. Agar lebih lengkap begitu Pak. Allow me to speak on bahasa, and perhaps Pak Radit will translate it for you. Jadi kalau di Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup sendiri, kan saat ini kalau di Direktorat Pengelolaan B3, regulasi intinya adalah Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 74 Tahun 2001 tentang pengelolaan B3, di mana dalam pengaturan tersebut ada beberapa pengaturan terkait kewajiban dari produsen atau distributor dalam melakukan pengelolaan B3. Contohnya registrasi B3, rekomendasi pengangkutan B3, dan notifikasi B3 untuk B3 yang terbatas dipergunakan. Untuk registrasi B3 adalah dimandatkan oleh industri untuk B3 yang dapat dipergunakan serta terbatas dipergunakan. Untuk yang dapat dipergunakan hanya 1 kali seumur hidup untuk yang dapat, dan untuk yang terbatas 1 kali dalam 5 tahun kalau tidak salah, atau nanti coba saya cek lagi. Dan untuk saat ini progresnya sedang dalam revisi PP 74 tahun 2001, di mana beberapa perubahan, yaitu masuknya jenis daftar bahan kimia yang ada dalam konvensi baik Minamata, Stockholm maupun Rotterdam. Dan untuk untuk pemantauan lingkungan sendiri, kalau di Direktorat Pengelolaan B3 saat ini di Renja kami ada beberapa rencana terkait dengan salah satunya penyusunan peta jalan untuk bahan-bahan kimia. Di tiap tahun satu bahan kimia yang sudah masuk dalam konvensi Stockholm. Nah, selain itu kami juga ada beberapa pelaksanaan pemantauan di lingkungan untuk bahan-bahan kimia yang ada di konvensi Stockholm. Tahun kemarin kami melakukan pemantauan di satu titik untuk baku mutu pestisida, pemantauan lingkungan, contohnya pestisida atau beberapa bahan kimia dalam konvensi. Gimana Pak?
Oke, hold on a second. Jadi gini Bu Anissa, itu oke, itu penting. Si Ibu mau yang lebih spesifik dalam pengawasannya, monitoringnya, pengawasannya, terus bagaimana compliance dari badan usahanya. Sekarang situasinya kayak gimana?
Iya, kalau di kami ya Pak ya. Kalau di kami kan ada namanya registrasi B3 dan rekomendasi pengangkutan B3 yang tadi saya sampaikan. Nah, registrasi B3 kan untuk B3 yang pertama kali diimpor, dan itu memang ketika sudah mendapatkan industri biasanya seumur hidup untuk yang dapat, yang terbatas yang tadi berapa tahun sekali. Nah, dalam pelaksanaan, oke.
So the Ministry it's a government regulation. So it was enacted by the president, but the initiator is the Ministry of Environment. So it's regulation that manage the B3 hazardous and toxic
hazardous substance management.
B3 bahan berbahaya beracun, hazardous and toxic substance. Bukan base Pak, substance. So how many chemicals in this regulation?
Sebentar Pak, just a moment.
Could be 400?
More.
More than 400?
Just a moment Pak.
Make it less? So the Ministry of Environment conducting the registration. So any new hazardous and toxic substance coming in or produced, it has to be registered under the Ministry of Environment. Who will be registered? The commercial entity has this responsibility to register. And after that, the second one is the pengangkutan, the transportation. So when this commercial entity transport this hazardous and toxic substance, which is chemicals, have to meet the criteria under this government regulation. So it depends on the chemicals. They have to the transportation. Business operator shall provide the the vehicle, the tank that meet the criteria. So Miss Anissa here, Bu Anissa termasuk salah satu inspektor ya? Bukan. Ya, yang jadi inspektor direktorat lain.
Jadi kalau dari kita dari B3 kan fungsinya pembinaan. Jadi dari kita melakukan pembinaan ke industri, bagaimana tata cara registrasi dan lain-lain. Nah, ketika ternyata tidak meet kriteria di Direktorat Gakum KLH itu biasanya mengumpulkan seluruh direktorat untuk ya menyampaikan lah seperti beberapa industri misal apa saja yang mungkin nanti akan ditindaklanjuti oleh Gakum.
So under the same Ministry of Environment, there is another unit which is called law enforcement. They over there in this unit you can find all of the inspectors. So Miss Anissa working for this different unit, which is the main job is fostering the industry. So also drafting the regulation under her unit as well. But the law enforcement was conducted by other unit. So it's different echelon one, yeah. Okay. So that is how chemical management under the Ministry of Environment being conducted. So anything else Bu selain B3? Apalagi yang diawasi? Ya apa aja? Yang inspektor itu turun untuk mengawasi apa aja? So, itu udah ketemu tadi berapa bahan kimia?
Oh belum.
Okay. Okay, that's for hazardous and toxic substance. If you have any question?
No, not questions at this stage. This is part of the things that we will evaluate during the missions.
Okay, so that is for the environment section. Now, if I may, I would move to. Ada lagi nggak kira-kira selain itu yang?
Sebetulnya kalau di KLH sendiri kan banyak unitnya ya Pak ya. Ada dari Direktorat Pengelolaan B3, kemudian limbah juga ada sendiri. Limbah, kalau limbah kan mereka ada persetujuan teknis, dokumen lingkungan dan lain-lain. Dan memang yang tadi saya sampaikan, jika ada perusahaan-perusahaan yang mungkin tidak taat ya, nanti Direktorat Gakum itu yang akan mungkin mengawasi, menindaklanjuti temuan-temuan ya yang ditemukan oleh direktorat lain-lain, entah itu B3 ataupun limbah seperti itu.
So the same thing also be done as well for the waste. So the hazardous toxic substance is for the how I may say the virgin one, but there is also another unit drafting the waste, also related with chemicals, and the law enforcement unit will conduct the inspection, conduct the monitoring, and if they find any violation, they will proceed to the police ya, Bu Anissa, diurus ditangani sendiri atau dilimpahkan ke kepolisian? Okay, they have the capacity to impose a sanction.
Okay, I assume all this is explained in the initial memorandum.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, let me check.
So if it's not, we will send you questions.
Okay, no problem. Please. Okay, kalau dari KLH sudah, saya akan menuju ke berikutnya, Bu Anissa. Ada lagi nggak kira-kira?
Sudah, kalau
ya, oke. UKL-UPL itu beda lagi ya?
Dokumen,
atau ada pengawasan-pengawasan nggak?
Ada harusnya juga Pak.
UKL-UPL gimana saya ngomongnya ya?
UKL-UPL ya berarti perizinan lingkungan AMDAL.
Tapi kayak I think that belongs to the environment IM ya. For UKL-UPL ya, I think it's different IM. Okay. So they also have responsibility to compose the environment IM. IPOC. Yes, IPOC ya. Okay. So this is the environment part in this CBC has been delivered by Miss Anissa. So the next one is the safety. Izin Ibu dari Menaker, Ibu izin kalau boleh sharing Bu, apakah ada semacam monitoring pengawasan yang dilakukan oleh inspektur? Jadi ada kayak unit kerja inspektur di Kemenaker, boleh nanti di share. Jadi so this coming from the Ministry of Manpower. Let us see whether there is any specific inspection from their unit, working unit, in terms of safety.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we have a labor inspector in 38 province that carry out about hazardous chemical, and we already doing that. And the name of
the unit doing inspection is what it called labor inspector in province, but also in central in Kemenaker, I think in Ministry of Manpower doing that testing about the chemical hazardous, and also we have protect the worker from dangers from pesticide in the workplace regarding of regular occupational safety and health, and then we also have some regulation that we must ensure comply. It's about threshold limit value for chemical factor, which must be adjusted according to the types of chemical substance used in pesticide mixtures. And then for global framework on chemical and waste, we have also regulation about control of hazardous chemical in the workplace, establish obligation for employers or management who use, store, produce, transport, or treat hazardous chemical to control risk to worker, equipment, and the environment. And we have also material safety data sheet and chemical labeling, and the structure of MSDS already cover almost all elements of the global harmonized system. And the format, however, it does not yet mandate in the inclusion of pictograms, but GHS hazard statement and precautionary statement. I think maybe that, and also we have, yes, I think that's the information from Ministry of Manpower.
Ya,
Thank you.
dengan Ibu
Tanti.
Ibu Tanti, makasih Ibu Tanti. So, yeah, you heard.
Yes, thank you very much. But at this stage, as I said, this is not an evaluation session today, so
Okay.
I feel.
So there is safety measurement from the Ministry of Manpower. Kami berikan kesempatan sekarang dari rekan dari BPOM, dari Food and Drugs, kiranya ada yang bisa mewakili untuk menyampaikan. Monggo silakan Ibu.
Thank you very much. My name is Christine from BPOM, and I'm from drug standardization. In BPOM, we have, yeah, as the Food and Drug Authority around the world, BPOM also has to control the market, pre-market and post-market for drug, food, and including the traditional medicine. But regarding the drug, we do the inspection to the manufacturing facilities, including for the drug, including the active substance and excipients. We requires the good manufacturing practice certification for the facilities for production, and also we do the inspection for distribution. During the pre-market, for the pre-market oversight during the drug registration, we also require an environmental risk assessment if there is an issue for the drug to the environment, as well as if there is an issue to the safety of the product. Therefore, if the result for the environmental risk assessment should be addressed in the product information.
Is there any specific working unit that responsible for the monitoring inspection?
For the inspection, we do have inspectorate unit, but for the inspection for the production facilities.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Christine.
Thank you.
Nah, selain BPOM, Menaker, dan KLH, kira-kira ada yang lain yang kira-kira ada monitoring inspeksi? Rekan-rekan dari Kemenhub ada nggak ya? Atau dari Kemenkes masih ada nggak ya? Kalau ada yang mau sharing, kami persilakan. Oke, kalau nggak ada, if there is no more, probably I would explain the monitoring in Ministry of Industry. So we, in terms of chemical industry, we have two instruments, GHS and chemical emergency response. So the GHS, we regularly monitoring the compliance of chemical industry through a plant visit, and we review their SDS for any product they produce, and we are not the one who have the competency to review the content of the SDS, but we only review the norm of the SDS. For example, is it consistent? Does it consist of 16 elements, or have they put their chemical formula, and then if not, probably they put the percentage of the proportion, and also do they use the correct pictogram? That's all. But we are not the one that determine whether this assessment, the SDS is what is it? Is legitimate for that chemicals. Only the norm. So we do that, and we also facilitate the GHS implementation report to the online platform in CINAS. So that's for the GHS, and since it's compulsory, but compulsory, but still we responsible for the fostering, not for the law enforcement. So we only need to work to raise the awareness for the companies that need more knowledge. But for the mature companies, we encourage them to disseminate this information about GSS implementation. So that's how we do in successfully deliver the GSS implementation in chemical industry. And the second one, we are monitoring the measurement of, how can I say, the regulation name is the prevention and the countermeasure for the chemical accident in chemical plant. So it is mandatory for any chemical industry in Indonesia to compose a integrated document for them as a guidance to prevent any chemical incidents, and also to compose the procedure if it happens. So it based on the worst case scenario. So they have to calculate how big they would have the risk of the chemical incident that can happen to their plant, their facility, and based on this worst scenario, they have to have a guidance and prepare all of the materials, the equipment, and also anything that can so they can mitigate when it happens. So it's a mandatory, and when they done it correctly, we will certify them through a process. So we also hire a third party to evaluate, to verify how good that document is, and then if it's meet the criteria, and then we can give them the certificate. So I think that's all from the environment, health, and safety aspect that being monitored by the Indonesian government.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we can close this item and move to the next one.
Sebelum masuk ke segmen berikutnya, ada masukan lagi Bapak Ibu? Silakan Pak Gabriel.
Hi Sylvie, I'm Gabriel from Prospera. In terms of when you visit in June, do you suggest that since you're putting heavy emphasis on that you're going to elaborate on inspection, do you suggest that during your visit we invite all related parties who have this inspection function to attend your session so that the discussion will be more substantial?
Indeed, it depends again on the topics that would be evaluated in October, but we don't necessarily need to have an inspection session, but maybe depending on the topics, yes, we want to speak with these inspectors.
Right, because as you observed during the discussion, one ministry will have multiple units that is doing inspection. So, and that will need effort from Pak Radit and his team when it comes to inviting and making sure that the right units attend the discussion. So, I think that's just apa ya Pak ya, untuk persiapan saja Pak nanti. Thank you.
Kalau tidak ada yang lain, kita masuk ke Bu Anissa mau bicara.
Sedikit menambahkan ya Pak, jadi as a prevention, sebagai pencegahan, saat kita akan adakan dari industri melakukan permohonan rekomendasi registrasi atau pengangkutan, mereka juga harus melengkapi beberapa persyaratan seperti tadi LDK, ada foto gudang, penyimpanan, foto kemasan, COE juga. Nanti kami juga akan mendatangi perusahaan tersebut untuk mengecek bahwa memang bahan kimianya ada dan sudah sesuai akan disimpan seperti itu kalau misalnya untuk rekomendasi pengangkutan. Jadi ada data-data yang perlu dilengkapi ketika si bahan kimia baru akan masuk ke dalam Indonesia. Dan juga ketika kita akan menerbitkan rekomendasi pengangkutan, kita akan mengecek langsung bahwa memang sudah sesuai dengan tata cara penyimpanan dan lain-lain. Begitu Pak.
So additional information for the transportation of hazardous toxic substance. Before any commercial entity get the license to transport their commodity, they have to be inspected, they have to be visited by the inspector, and they have to complete all of the documents that required. Oke, cukup ya Bu ya. Sip. Silakan Bu. Dari sama Bepom, oke.
Mau
Kemenaker juga dengan Ibu
Sonia.
Ibu Sonia.
Ya. Hello Sylvie, allow me to speak in Bahasa for clear explanation.
Jadi dapat kami jelaskan juga, tadi sudah dijelaskan oleh Bu Tanti, tugas dari pengawas ketenagakerjaan selain melakukan pemeriksaan di seluruh provinsi di Indonesia terkait dengan bahan kimia berbahaya. Salah satunya bahan kimia berbahaya secara keseluruhan adalah tentang occupational safety and health. Nah, kami juga memiliki tim dari penguji kesehatan dan keselamatan kerja di Kementerian Ketenagakerjaan, yang salah satunya melakukan pengujian terhadap bahan kimia berbahaya. Jadi yang diuji adalah objek-objek K3-nya. Jadi ada alat-alat K3 termasuk bahan kimia berbahaya yang biasa dilakukan yang digunakan di perusahaan. Selanjutnya juga kami mempunyai balai K3. Balai K3 juga di sini mereka memiliki laboratorium untuk melakukan pengujian terhadap objek-objek K3 termasuk bahan kimia berbahaya. Itu saja Pak tambahnya, terima kasih.
Dua Ibu ya, baik. Terima kasih Bu Sonia. So Ministry of Manpower also have 2 more edition. They also conduct apart from what is it, the training for health and safety in the region area. They also conduct a risk assessment for the chemicals that they use for production, that they use for any of the commercial activities. And to do that, secondly, they have balai itu apa bahasa Inggrisnya? They also have
is like
a lab ya, atau
laboratorium for OSH.
Okay, so they also have a specific laboratory for occupational health and safety. Ya, cukup ya Bu Sonia ya. Oke. Terima kasih. Oke, jadi kalau if you don't have any question, you can move to the next session. Okay, so the next session is the capacity building. The floor is yours.
So I have put this on the agenda because OECD member countries are keen to support you in your process of accession. And the legal directorate is centralizing all requests from accession countries for capacity building, and then they present the request to the members who might decide to give funds for this capacity building. When I speak of capacity building, I'm speaking of capacity buildings for governmental teams. It's not capacity building to private companies, for example, because in that case it's more you who will train the companies on new regulations. No, we are speaking more of capacity building. For example, if you want to establish a PRTR system, we can provide some support, etc. So my questions are: do you benefit presently already of capacity building from, I don't know, other international organizations or through bilateral cooperation on the topics that are being dealt with at the CBC level? Or did you benefit from it very recently, so that there is no duplication of capacity building? It's not useful. So, and if not, do you see topics for which some capacity building would be necessary? I have understood already from colleagues from the Ministry of Environment that capacity building on PRTRs would be welcome, but are there other topics that you consider would be welcome?
Probably I was expecting too much. I thought that this capacity building would be for
anyone, not only for the government, but also for the industrial player, also for the academic. But it turns out that it's only for the government. Can we change?
It's not only, but the main recipient.
Oh, the main recipient. So there is still opportunity for non-governmental to join this capacity building. Do you think?
It's capacity building to explain you, for example, how to do a new regulation on PRTRs or things like that. You understand?
So,
That's why I said for government.
For the sake of the accession. Yes. I see. Okay. Baik. Jadi kami kembali ke Bapak Ibu sekalian, lembaga pemerintah. Berarti mungkin gini ya, kalau menurut saya kita nanti minta capacity buildingnya apa, kan kita belum tahu kita kekurangannya apa ya, karena kita beberapa IM kita klaim, kita align, apakah kita hanya yang not align saja. Jadi nanti kita tunggu, tapi di kesempatan ini saya buka kesempatan juga ke Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau memang ada yang diusulkan di bidang CBC, kami persilahkan sih. Ya, Bu Rumi, silakan. Do you want to add something?
I just wanted to give an example.
I see. Yeah, please.
For example, if as a government you want to know more about what to put in a plan of prevention of chemical accidents for companies, we can support you on this, for example. Or if you want to, if you don't have a map of the existing hazardous installations in your country, we can also provide information, methodologies to do that. So anything that can help you in developing the right regulations or implementing the regulation at your level.
Okay. Thank you. Bu Rumi, silakan.
Please allow me to speak in bahasa Indonesia, Miss Sylvie. Pak Radit, tadi kebetulan saya sempat bincang-bincang lah dengan teman-teman dari industri begitu ya, terkait peraturan, semacam ada keluhan begitu ya, kok kementerian ini bikin peraturan ini, kementerian itu bikin peraturan itu, tapi ternyata ketika diikuti ada disharmoni begitu. Jadi ada kebingungan dari pelaku usaha, ini sebetulnya peraturan yang mana nih yang mesti diikuti begitu. Mungkin kalau kita mau belajar untuk training begitu, kita bisa minta guidance dari mereka, maksudnya kalau membuat suatu peraturan itu sebetulnya isinya itu tentang apa saja, sehingga nanti kementerian yang terkait juga bisa semuanya punya persepsi yang sama terhadap misalnya objek yang harus diatur itu mengaturnya seperti apa. Jadi siapapun nanti akan mengatur isinya seragam sehingga tidak menimbulkan kebingungan dari para stakeholder begitu. Itu saja usulan saya. Terima kasih.
Yeah, it's just statement from Ms. Rumi that there is many overlaps between regulations in Indonesia. So maybe this is the correct moment to harmonize these regulations by referring the same guidance, for example, from the OECD. If there is a kind of methodology like you mentioned earlier, we can refer that methodology, so we don't have to make too many regulations, just some regulation that can be represented as a whole that has covered all of this the area.
Well, in this case, I'm not sure it's an issue of capacity building. It's more an issue of you using this moment of the accession process to streamline your regulatory framework.
Yeah,
but
it's between us, just between us internally. So it's going to be discussion between each of the government institution.
perhaps CBC can give us like the best practice of like legal instrument that we can learn, something like that for capacity building in our governmental institution.
Maksud Ibu guidance untuk apa, Bu?
The example, best practice
Best practice
of a legal instrument in like chemical industry. I mean, how to regulate. Yeah, perhaps that we can learn.
Iya, many references.
I don't think we have at OECD. No, I'm thinking on the other committees, especially the governance committee. They are working a lot on regulatory frameworks and how to do the things in the best way. So I think they are the most, the people who know the most, who have the best practices on this. It's not necessarily the CBC that does that. Otherwise, you can also ask to members of OECD how they've done it.
Saya rasa itu isu internal Indonesia sih, Bu. Jadi kita sendiri yang harusnya beresin, bukan minta tolong sama CBC. Nanti kita bicarakan sama rekan-rekan dari Menko akan mewasiti. Silakan, Bu. Mana dulu? Bu Sonia dulu.
Thank you. Baik, for the Ministry of Manpower, we not propose, but I think we should we need to strengthening the harmonizing regulation concerning CBC at workplace at national level, since we still have problem and gaps between the ministries to conduct inspection when there is something accident in the workplace caused by a chemical. Thank you. Is it possible or not?
Nanti kita bahas itu di lapak yang bukan OECD ya, Bu. Silakan, Bu. Ya, kami menyadari itu sih, Bu, kayak misalnya ada insiden di pabrik kimia, terus semuanya datang, jadi pabriknya nerima banyak tamu dari banyak lembaga, saya memahami itu. Tapi kayaknya kalau kita ini menyerahkan ke OECD kayaknya malah menelanjangi diri, jadi kayak kita harus ngobrol sendiri dulu, kalau kita udah settle baru kita.
Pak, mungkin kami lebih bagaimana kita menguatkan how to strengthen our regulation, to harmonizing our regulation between ministries in Indonesia. It's not like OECD involved in our practice in inspection, but how to make a good regulation that we can use for all ministries.
Saya buru sampaikan, the best practice, iya.
Iya, betul. Ya, seperti itu sih maksud kami. Karena memang itu yang kami betulkan, betul nggak, Ibu ya?
Iya. Baik, Bu, makasih, Bu. So the idea is if you have any best practice to distribute the authority when fostering chemical industry, so which institution that do which the things. So how you distribute the authority. So for example, the Ministry of Manpower shall doing this and this, and Ministry of Environment doing this and this, and so we will avoid any overlapping authority.
Yes, indeed, the OECD legal instruments don't really say how to organize the institutional framework. We just give directions on the objectives, on what should be the impacts. But again, I think that having maybe information on how the other member countries do could be perhaps something that we could organize.
I think it's a good idea. Tapi tetap Bu, nanti kalau kita bahas kan masing-masing punya ego sendiri-sendiri. Pasti kayak gitu jadinya. Jadi ini cuman bisa merekomendasikan, kan keputusannya di kita sendiri. Jadi kita meeting sendiri sebenarnya. Ibu.
Hi, thank you Pak Radit. My name is Mutia Ashifa. You can call me Mutia. I'm the chairman of Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association, previously led by Dr. Mila. Probably some of you already met Dr. Mila in the first meeting. I'm the next chairman in Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association. And I'm also the practitioner in industry. I work in one of the coal mining industry, and therefore all of your regulation are applied to me, and all of the another industry too, I believe, from Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Manpower, Natural Resources, and so on and so forth in this room. I believe it's also have lots of impact in our industry, specifically in my industry, and also from the Ministry of Industries itself. I agree with the statement from Mrs. Rumi and also Ibu Sonia and Ibu Tantri about the harmonization from all of those regulations, because for example, we have like 3 references. Right now we have 2 references from 2 different ministries on how to managing the occupational health and safety, specifically on the chemical exposures itself to our workers. Not as the process safeties itself, which I think the main focus for the Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee is for the process safety of the chemicals aspect or the manufacturer that will be applied to the GMPs itself. That is more of the occupational health and safety for our workers. So therefore, we have 2 references, for example, like Ms. Tantri said about the NAB, Nilai Ambang Batas, or we call it TLV, Threshold Limit Value. The government adopted from the ACGIH from United States of America, and which is revert to the 2016 revision. But every single year, ACGIH already produced a renewable standard, which is will give us newest information about is there any changes from the TLV for certain chemicals, the acceptance level value for the personal dose and so on, and how the methodology will impact it to those assessments and all to those exposure in our workplace. So therefore, with this spirit of harmonizing the standards itself from all of ministry that relating to our industries, I think that's a good and positive signs, because it's really helped us a lot in our workplace, because when we are being audited or inspected from the governmental body, we will be asked which reference that you use, which regulation that you would refer. So for me, as I'm working in the coal mining company and also the renewable industry that's well transforming right now, the challenge is that when we say we refer to the TLVs from the Ministry of Manpower, or we say we refer to the Ministry of Health, the government body or representative body from the Ministry of Natural Resources will say, no, you refer to Ministry of Natural Resources. Yes, DM. So they will say, no, your regulation is applied to us, because frankly speaking, in ESDM or Ministry of Natural Resources, they already complied all of that. They call it the good mining practices. So they also talk about chemical safety. They're also talking about the chemicals that being used in an emulsion plant, that when we are using drill and blasting activities. They're also talking about the health effect from the chemicals that we are using in our process, in plant, in mining industries itself, in our coal process itself, and so on, up until to the buyers itself, whether Indonesia or in outside of Indonesia. So the challenge, I highly agree with all of you, Mr. and Mrs. Representative from the governmental body, that it is really helpful for us if we can have a synchronized TLV or standard, which is probably will accommodate by Pak Radit and team, to elaborate more about this, so we can have one single references that we can say relating to the chemical safeties itself. So highly appreciate for that. And the second question is on behalf of not my employer, on behalf of, I'm speaking on behalf of the organizations itself, from Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association. We have over 250 members right now, and we also have 20 members that representative from chemicals industry, petrochemicals industry, laboratorium, oil and gas industry, and coal mining, and also contractors. So
come again, Bu, the number?
We have 250 members in Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association, and we have 20 company member which represents laboratorium. So they are like, I'm going to say some names of the laboratories like Petrolab, IAS, or like and Virotech and so on. They're the laboratories that are doing the sampling. So they're sampling whether the chemicals in the environment or in the workers itself. And then we also have representatives from the oil and gas industry. We have a lot of representatives from that, from petrochemicals too, and from the chemicals industries itself, and from mining too. We hopefully have someone from food and beverages, food, or probably from food too. Yeah, from BPOM, probably you have probably stakeholders from that we can collaborate and then have an impact from industrial hygiene. So my question is relating to the capacity building that Sylvia said, and which is stressing into the governmental personnels. We, as an invitee here from the organization, for let's say me from industrial hygiene practitioner, and also from the organization, we are supportive for this event. We are very supportive for the regulations being implemented, and also the mission on Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee for the accession of in our Indonesian country to the OECD. My question is, what is the specific roles that probably from Ministry of Industry expected from us to have a contribution for the capacity buildings itself? Because like what Sylvia said is specifically only for the governmental body, but we would love to have involvement in that. Probably we can share from the expertise in our membership, from other company members itself, and probably from, like myself, from the practitioners in my industry. Because I don't know whether the focus will be also to assess a certain industry when they are visiting us in October or probably in June, or whether it's just going to be the sample is just for the regulatory body, or are there going to be a representative for the industries itself, or from the association or organizations like IHA from Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Associations? That's my question. Is it that we can provide you with the advocacy on how to manage about the industrial hygiene aspect on the chemical safety within the workplace? Advocacy. Advocacy, like an advice, because for example, the Ministry of Natural Resources, we have a communication with them previously, and then they opened for us from IHA to have an advocacy for them to provide them with the standards of the threshold limit values for coal mining industries and chemicals aspect. But I think that's a bit too much at this moment. So probably, I don't know, Pak Radit probably, or team, or Sylvia probably can explain about what is the expectation from us, from the non-governmental body. As me, I'm working in a company, in a private sector company, but I'm also part of the organization from Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association. What is the expectation that we can provide in these activities, in this mission to register Indonesia to the OECD itself? That's the question, actually. So thank you so much, Pak Radit. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Bu Mutia. So to be specific, I think it related with your planning on visiting any chemical plants in Indonesia. Is there any specific assessment that you will do so they can prepare themselves?
As mentioned earlier, the visit won't be to assess any particular company or plant. It's just to see how regulations are implemented by companies, and but in relation to what could be your role, if the assessment process is an opportunity to have more dialogue between industry and government, we are at OECD in favor of that. As I mentioned earlier, industry has an important role to play in a sound chemicals management system, and therefore, if you have ideas, I suppose the government will be happy to listen to you and involve you in the dialogue. But bon, it's not my duty to say to the government what they should do, but
she would like to see. She would like to. Yeah, it's an assessment. So how the industry following the rule by the government? Is that what you mean in this visit?
yes.
How far the compliance?
Do they have any complaints or things that go well, that go bad. And
So how effective the regulation have being implemented in such an industry? So. Yeah, yes. Yeah, hopefully it's kind of not quite a complicated job to provide.
All right, okay. So yeah, I understand that. So directly to the governmental body, the assessment itself will be conducted directly to the Ministry of Industry or related ministries itself, right? Not through the implementation in the company. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank
so
you.
you don't have to worry about your
All
company
right.
compliance.
Thank you, Pak. Terima kasih, Pak Radit.
All right. Anything else about capacity building dari rekan-rekan pemerintah? Ya. Ada situ nggak? Ah, ya.
Okay, first from Minister of Environment, actually our current regulation, government regarding hazardous substance management, still focus largely on single substances. And we also plan to assess hazardous substance in mixture. And also, of course, this will require further studies, particularly regarding concentration threshold that determine whether a mixture should be classified as hazardous. And if you have like a best practice or to assess hazardous substance in mixture, the calculation of minimum concentration of etc., and please share it, perhaps. Thank you.
How we can assess the hazard of a certain chemicals by calculation? Yeah. In mixture. Okay. Biar ditanggapin dulu ya, Bu.
Yes, we did a workshop in Bali in September. I don't know if you attended it.
I attended it, and also we share it in the last session, and we also asked this. But it's not really deep on the calculation. Not really deep for the calculation of minimum standard of mixture or single substance. So
it's not quite deep.
Yes, so you're interested in mixtures.
Yes, of course.
So I noted down. Again, we have experts in member countries that maybe could provide sort of a training or explanation about that. And I don't think it's very costly. It's just that we have to organize it. But I noted it in the.
Okay. So we have one proposal, ya, Bu Anissa. So one already. Probably in the next few days we can add more idea about capacity building. Silakan Bu Rumi.
Yeah, so Ms. Sylvie, according to the agenda, in the capacity building needs session, it is mentioned that OECD is centralizing Indonesia's request for training or capacity building. So that means we need to like compile like some training courses that we need, then we just give it to you, or perhaps I don't know whether you have like some list of training courses that we might know. So it has to be from us. So then Pak Radit, I think we should like gather.
It has to be related with CBC only.
Yes. Then I think my suggestion to Pak Radit as the the what's it leading sector in this chemical thing. I think we need to have like a next separate meeting. You can also involve the like Bu Mutia, I mean the industrial business entities to compile, I mean to find which training courses that can close the gap in our governmental body. Something
Yes, thank you for your suggestion, Ibu Rumi. Yeah, we will do that. We will address the probability of the potential topics for capacity building. Thank you, Bu Rumi. Anything else? Okay, maybe for a for an example, if you have any topic, any capacity building topic that you have been delivering to the OECD member country, probably you can share with us so we can get inspiration from there.
Yes, that would be fine. Just to mention again that this is subject to funding available from our member countries.
So for your information, in the Ministry of Industry, in particularly in the Chemical Directorate where I work for, we've been receiving quite a lot funding from various institutions like UNDP, UNIDO, and also UNEP. We were working together with the Ministry of Environment, working on that project. So mostly the project were about how to control the POPs, persistent organic pollutants, and also how to manage waste in sound condition. And we also now still doing in ongoing process implementing project the GGINAP Global Green Chem Innovation Network Program. And this project is about how to elevate chemical industry from traditional method into green method. There are 12 aspects to implement green industry, green chemistry, and it was led and it is now led by the Yale University and involving 6 countries: Indonesia, Jordania, Ukraine, Peru, Uganda, Serbia. So that today that is the ongoing project between Indonesia Ministry of Industry and Yale University and funded by the UNIDO. And apart from that, we also have been receiving many capacity building, but it's like standalone capacity building, not in a frame of cooperation, like capacity building for sound management of chemicals by the METI, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. We also have smart industrial safety cooperation, also with METI. And we are now conducting cooperation with Korea as well on how to establish the bio-white industry. I haven't yet read the report, but that's the key word. And I believe in each of the Indonesia governmental institution, they also probably potentially have the same cooperation with this institution. So there is it's like how can I describe? We have so many funding for capacity building on chemical management.
Also, if yourself you find the funds directly, we can after that organize capacity building or be involved in some of these projects. The issue is that in the accession budget, there's no capacity building planned. The accession budget that Indonesia is giving to OECD, it's only for the process itself.
Yeah, I get the idea.
So that's why either member countries of OECD give money for capacity building, or you manage to receive money from other IGOs, for example. But there's no capacity building budget per se at OECD.
So clear Bapak Ibu, jadi capacity building ini hanya untuk membantu kita memantaskan diri untuk mengakses OECD. Jadi tidak ada di luar itu. Tapi kalau masih masih nyambung, oke. Kalau nggak nyambung dengan aksesi, kayaknya nggak dikasih. Baik, cukup Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih. So I think that is the conclusion for the session capacity building. Now we can move to the next session, OECD legal instruments. The ones that I don't understand what it is.
Okay, so we have about 1 hour and 15 minutes to answer to you the questions you can have on understanding the legal instruments. And I think it is time for me to introduce my colleague, Mar Gonzalez. She works with me on the accession process, and you will see that you will receive many emails from her.
Like now?
Not now, but in the future. So, Mar, if you want to introduce yourself and say hello.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, I just want to as Sylvie said, I'm Mar Gonzalez, and I'm here to support her and yourself, all of you, with all this accession process. So we will be exchanging a lot of emails, sending you different questionnaires, and trying to help you out and to connect with the committee so you can make it through the accession process as smooth as it can be. And I think we also have my colleague Jane online.
Well, thank you, Mar. If Jane is online, if she could introduce herself. I see in the list of participants OECD, but I don't know who is behind this.
Now, is Jane. She just needs to unmute.
Okay.
She's trying to, yeah, she's in the office.
Okay, Jane, so if you could introduce yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to explain more about the accession process. I'm responsible for the part on biotechnology. So I will be able to give you some advice. And as Mar highlighted, we do use questionnaires, and your responses to the questionnaires are very important for allowing us to complete the assessment and make sure that we have all the necessary information. Do you want to go through the presentation now, or what is the plan for?
Yes, thank you, Jane. So, if there are legal instruments on which you have any doubts, we can answer your question. Jane, in particular, is an expert on biosafety. So this morning there were questions. We had information that Indonesia feels they are not very mature in the field of biosafety. So maybe if you could explain a bit what is meant by this legal instrument, what you will be looking at to do your evaluation.
Sure.
Do you want us to put the presentation on the screen?
Yep, if you can, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yes, boleh yang bantu Zoom siapa ya? Sana ya? Boleh dikasih share screen ya, Pak? We are waiting Jen to share the screen, share the presentation.
I can share it. I can share it. Just a second. I will share my screen. Share. I cannot do it because it's your. I need to have the rights.
Pak, izin yang dikasih share screen Ibu Sylvia aja, Pak. Sudah.
Okay. Okay, so let's go. To the end of the presentation. Okay, Jane, if you can.
Great. Thank you very much. So, and obviously you should already have looked at the Council information on the recommendation concerning the safety considerations for applications of recombinant DNA in industry, agriculture and environment. So it's really worth to take a look at that document, and that will very much help to guide you with the information that you need to provide. And in particular, please take note that we do consider both industry aspects, agriculture and environment aspects. So on your side, you need to develop risk assessment guidelines and national regulations for gene-edited or genetically modified organisms. You also need to exchange information towards harmonization of related approaches and tools for ensuring their safety while not unduly impeding developments in recombinant DNA techniques. And this is quite important because obviously in some areas there are still, for example, some concerns about the use of different forms of biotechnology. So it's important that you do a risk assessment, have a process for doing risk assessment and safety assessment. But also we recommend that you do not, for example, take a stance where you would be perhaps encroaching on the biotechnology work of other member countries. It's important to ensure appropriate containment measures and monitoring for products of biotechnology. And also, if you have organisms that are used in large-scale industrial application, this is something that you should include in the information that you provide to the OECD. We're normally interested to know information such as the level of production going on in these types of applications, what type of organisms are used, for example, and again also what potential measures are put in place to avoid accidents. They also need to, thank you. So this is the type of information that we assess in the report. So when you see a report, you'll see that the items listed here are things that we will have evaluated. So it's important that you can provide as much information as possible on production. So are you already growing, for example, products of biotechnology for agriculture? What type of crops, for example, you might be. This is useful information for us to include in the assessment, and it's also the sort of information that the working party HROP would be looking at when we review your application. If there are field trials ongoing, also this is useful information. Ideally, you should have a register of information such as production and field trials. And if you have that, it would be great that you can make that available. Obviously, if you don't have a register for this type of information, this would be something that I would recommend that you should take up in order as part of your preparation. And also, it's useful to know information about food and feed checks, because this is another area of attention. In addition to the parts about growth and production, we also consider food and feed safety of products that have been used to ensure that the food is safe for consumers. So this is definitely a point that you should pay attention to and also include in your report. And we also look very favourably on cases where there is involvement in international activities. We always check, for example, the Biosafety Clearinghouse to see if countries are participating and registering products of biotechnology in the BCH, but also interactions with other member countries and their organisations is very much recommended. And this can also be a very helpful way to exchange experience with people who have perhaps been working in this area for longer. So when you're providing the information, we kindly ask that you provide all of the information listed in this slide. Otherwise, this is the type of thing that we put in the questionnaire. So we need to know the regulations that you have, and if you can provide a link to that legislation, that's very helpful for us. We need to know information about any authorizations that have occurred and your procedures for authorization. A register of authorizations, as I already mentioned, is an important part. We also need information on labeling, and generally in previous countries that we've assessed, this is actually also put in as legislation. So this is something you might need to consider. And then also testing and detection methods. So how you can test, for example, for the presence of a particular GM crop. And then, of course, the other important part is that you describe the various institutions that have a role in biotechnology in your country. So that could be ministries, agencies, other bodies, and their interactions. And it's really important that, as well as understanding what the role of each of the organisations are, it's also very useful to understand how they interact with each other in order to ensure the safe use of biotechnology. And I think that's about it.
Thank you, Jane. So, if there are any questions.
So if I may say, it would be related with genetically engineered organisms and also genetically modified food. So probably we would make a further discussion with the Ministry of Agriculture probably. Apakah ada rekan dari Kementerian Pertanian yang masih ada di ruangan? Oh, tadi ada, Bu. Aduh, oke. So, based on your experience, which ministry that probably suitable to handle this policy?
Well, in general, it is the Ministry of Agriculture that deals with this.
So you agree with me? So okay, we will make a further discussion with the Ministry of Agriculture later on to find out how far we have been doing in implementing this genetical product.
Just to add, I would also recommend if you have a food safety organization, this might be one that you would need to contact because of the aspects of considering whether there are any particular concerns with food which has been produced from genetic modification biotechnology. And also, I would say many other countries that have been through this process also, for example, make reference to their environment agency, if you have such an agency, as there's also a need to consider whether there would be, or to consider the safety of these products within the environment. So certainly those would be the three key ministries or governmental organizations that one would expect to be providing information for your assessment.
Yeah, it could be multiple agencies that have the authority to handle this issue.
Quite frequently, it's more than one agency, definitely.
Yeah, here we have, saya lupa tadi, Ibu Christine izin, kebetulan Bu ini ada food. Mungkin ada secercah informasi dari any information from Food and Drugs Agency in terms of genetically modified food and genetically engineered organisms. Obat ya, oke. Ada yang wakil yang hadir? Obat aja ya, yang food tidak ada wakilnya yang hadir ya. Oh, I see. Oke. Nama unit kerjanya apa ya, Bu? Yang food, Pak? Standar pangan olahan. Standar pangan olahan. So unfortunately, the representative from the Food and Drugs Agency that appear here is only from the drugs unit. We will invite the other working unit, the manufacturing food standard, probably in the next meeting. Probably they also have the information on how far we have been doing this policy in Indonesia, and also the Ministry of Agriculture. Because Jen also mentioned Ministry of Environment, probably Bu Anissa, is there any Bu Anissa any information about genetically? No, nothing. So nothing from Ministry of Environment. So the best thing we could do is approaching these two working unit. Okay, I think it's clear for us now. Ada tambahan Bu Ika? Kira-kira ada masukan nggak? Mas, Bapak Ibu tolong mikrofon ke Bu Ika.
Saya sih cuma
kasih Pak Radit. Saya dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Cuma coba lihat. Jadi sebetulnya ada beberapa kementerian yang sudah mengatur sebetulnya. Itu yang pertama itu KLHK. Jadi Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup itu bertanggung jawab atas keamanan lingkungan dan memberikan sertifikat keamanan hayati atau biosafety. Itu berdasarkan rekomendasi Komisi Keamanan Hayati. Nah, kemudian dari Kementerian Pertanian itu mengatur pengawasan dan pengendalian varietas tanaman produk rekayasa genetik. Jadi udah ada regulasinya, Permentan nomor 50 tahun 2020. Dan juga keamanan pakan. Nah, kemudian di Badan POM itu juga melakukan pengawasan keamanan pangan dan pelabelan untuk GMO. Jadi di Badan POM juga sudah diatur. Kemudian ada juga dalam bentuk komisi, itu namanya Komisi Keamanan Hayati atau KKH. Lembaga ini memberikan rekomendasi kepada kementerian terkait, baik itu KLH, kemudian Kementerian Pertanian maupun Kepala LPNK, saya nggak tahu nih LPNK apa, untuk penerbitan sertifikat. Jadi ada sertifikatnya. Jadi sebetulnya di Indonesia sudah ada pengaturan mengenai GMO dan biotek.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Ika. So according to Bu Ika, it is apparently we have already regulate this matter on DNA recombinant, in particularly GE organisms and GM food, and we are going to talk more with the relevant stakeholders, with the Ministry of Environment, Food and Drug Agency, and also the Ministry of Agriculture. Probably Bu Anissa have any comment on specific unit that relate with the keanekaragaman hayati?
Memang ada Pak keanekaragaman hayati di Direktorat Keanekaragaman Hayati di PPKL. Ditjen PPKL, Direktorat Jenderal Pencegahan PPKL, Pencegahan Pencemaran Kerusakan Lingkungan, itu ada direktorat tadi keanekaragaman hayati. Ya, tapi saya kurang tahu ya mereka sampai ke genetiknya atau tidak.
Di Kebun Nanas juga atau di?
Sekarang di Kuningan.
Wow, selamat dapat tempat baru. Selamat menempati tempat baru Ibu. Kita sekarang deketan. Boleh ngopi-ngopi ke kantor. Ke kantornya Bu Tessa. Oke, nanti kita coba. So I think thank you Jen. I think we will proceed further with the relevant stakeholders. Unfortunately today we haven't invited these representatives from the relevant stakeholders.
Well, you have my email address, so feel free to contact me if you have any questions or wish to discuss any points.
I think your presentation is quite clear for me, and if you don't mind, could you share with us so I can learn it more?
Of course.
Okay, so can we move to the next? I don't understand legal instrument. The nanomaterial, exactly.
Okay, so
I don't know what it is.
Mar is our expert on nanomaterials. So Mar, if you could perhaps explain again what you want to know to be
yes now
your evaluation.
Okay, can you hear me there and can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, so I think what I would like to do today is just to recap a little bit about what is expected regarding nanomaterials, to explain a little bit more of the context on why we had this recommendation. I've been looking at the initial memorandum and the text on the initial memorandum, and I've been trying to identify some of the areas that will need to be worked at your end. Hopefully that will give you a little bit more direction on how to move forward, okay? So just something something that we need to remember. I mean, first is really look at the document itself. The document, it will provide you guidance on testing and risk assessments, on how you need to harmonize definition and data sharing, what are the safety testing and standardized methods that we are looking at, how you need to address life cycle and exposure assessments, the importance of regulatory cooperation and policy alignment, which is something that you will find in every single, in most of the Council acts. I mean, it's part of the OECD work. And how you have to adapt risk management frameworks. And the reason for this is because what we're talking here is nanomaterials are chemicals. For within the OECD, this is like an extension, but we are also looking for recognition in the regulatory frameworks that there are some specificities for nanomaterials that needs to be taken into account. The reason that we start working on this way is because we have the other instrument on the OECD mutual acceptance of data. And when you think about nanomaterials, you have to think about them as an integral part of the mutual acceptance of data. So it's really an extension, and it's how to align nanomaterials in this more general chemicals framework. So I try to put here just about the structure of the recommendations, try to explain and to include for you what are the different aspects that we will be looking at. It's quite important that this is aligned with the OECD task guidelines and the guidance documents, that we are encouraging harmonization of definitions in the extent of possible. Obviously, each regulatory framework has its own definition, but we really encourage you to look at other definitions that have been used in different regulatory frameworks in Europe, in the US, in Japan, etc., and see and that you actually include some definition that is clear that you are including nanomaterials in your regulation. Okay, the idea is again that when Indonesia become a member, and hopefully before that, you can actually exchange data with other and information with other countries within the OECD. Okay, so I will be sharing the slides with you. You can look at them more in detail, but this is just like some of the aspects that we will be looking at when we continue working with you on this instrument. So again, this is about what we're really trying to do here is to have a common language, so we can exchange and build and develop the necessary tools for addressing the safety aspect of nanomaterials. We have a program within the OECD that has been working for the last 20 years on nanomaterials. We have been, as I said, about adapted frameworks. We have been moving already into advanced materials. Just as a general way of thinking advanced materials, those for us, we are looking at nanomaterials that are way more complex than if you want the more traditional nanomaterials such as titanium dioxide or silicon dioxide. We're talking more about graphene-related materials, about MXenes, about imogolith, etc. So we are looking at nanomaterials, but that have that are a little bit more complex than what we started to work with at the beginning. So I just leave there the QR code. I really invite you to look at the webpage that we have available in the public site, that you look at the different, for example, here I put on the slide some of the webinars that we have done on hydrophobicity for nanomaterials, because it really tells you how the rationale for the different task guidelines that we have regarding nanomaterials, we have some specific ones for nanomaterials, how do you have to use them, the context, the limitations, etc. So it's really like good training tools for all your teams back in Indonesia. So I try to look at the information that you provided, and perhaps just to have some recommendations that I hope in the coming months we can exchange more in detail about them. But one thing that I notice is that nanomaterials are not regulated systematically, and it's only by case. So with this in mind, I think my recommendation will be that you need to amend the legislation on chemicals and include nanomaterials in it. So you need to really to have a definition and to have some harmonized requirements across the different ministries. The other thing that I noted is that you mentioned a lot of tests, such as ISO tests, but within the OECD, what we are looking at is that you adopt and reference OECD test guidelines in general and for nanomaterials. The standards from ISO, for example, are extremely useful for very specific aspects, but in terms of safety testing, we need to use the OECD testing guidelines, which are made with that purpose, and that they are also responding to regulatory needs from other countries. So the moment that you start adopting OECD test guidelines, you will also benefit from your industry is going to benefit because they're going to be they will be able to submit this data to other jurisdictions. So again, what I'm really asking here is that you have a formal adoption of the OECD harmonized test guidelines. We have them on different topics, on fiscal properties, on ecotox, on human health, and these are tests that are being required by all our member countries. If you're interested to have a good laboratory program, then this could be a good opportunity also to train and accredit your national laboratories to run OECD nanospecific. But the good laboratory practice programs are not a condition for the accession. Okay, so this is something that goes, and I think Sylvie must have already explained this. We are looking, when we're going to be looking at in more detail about your alignment, where we're going to be looking at risk assessment systems. So it's really about the methodology you're using for hazard identifications. And again, this needs to be aligned with the OECD frameworks. So we need to see that you have in your procedures clear procedures for evaluation nanoform of existing chemicals. We will be also looking at whether you have a good reporting on nanomaterials, and that we can identify that you are actually requiring information on the identity of the nanomaterials, the production and import volume. This is important for nanomaterials because the threshold of productions are not the same that for chemicals. These are much lower, and I think you need to indicate what are your threshold here. What we will be looking at what are you doing in exposure scenario, and that is compliance with OECD test guidelines. So another recommendation that we will have is that you become an active participant to the Working Party on Manufactured Nanomaterials. We normally meet every June. In Paris with a remote participation that is possible. But I think one advantage of enrolling in these very specific working parties within the OECD is that you will be able to interact with other regulators that are actually implementing all these instrument already in their countries, and that they will be able to advise you and to guide you and to provide some expertise on specific questions that you may have. We could, of course, organize other calls if you need with more specific participation of our experts. And as Sylvie said, if we can manage to get funds for capacity building, I think this is an area that perhaps you are interested to follow up on. I also want to suggest that you participate in the Working Party on National Coordinators of the Task Guidelines Program. This is the body that really develops the task guidelines. And one thing that is interesting here is when you have these documents that we call standard projects, SPSF is mainly the project proposals that you have for the OECD, but it is good that you familiarize with the rationale behind the task guidelines program. As I said, they are very distinct from ISO standards. We sometimes within the OECD, we refer to OECD standards for very specific issues. But in terms of safety testing, the scope and the aim of the two standards are quite different. The OECD instrument on nanomaterials includes an annex. This is a living section, if you want, of the annex, because what we try to do is to update the information, the tools, the guidance documents that are included in there. And they basically tells you how and which instruments you need to be using to retrieve information on nanomaterial, reliable information on nanomaterials. And again, just to approach other countries to learn from their experience. And I think this is something that is extremely easy when you participate in the working parties at the OECD. And I think that was my first feedback to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you so much for your explanation. Before I go further, is this legal instrument categorized as decision or recommendation? So it's a recommendation.
It's a recommendation. Yeah.
I see. Okay. So it's not necessarily we have to enact any regulation at this point.
Okay. So you need to make sure that your regulation includes nanomaterials, regardless it is a decision or a recommendation. You need to make sure that within Indonesia, you are actually following up, assessing and requesting and notifications, etc. for nanomaterials.
Okay, got it. So as far as I'm concerned, I think Indonesia has no specific regulation or perhaps guidance on how to assess the safety on a nanomaterial, on any industrial product that associate with nanomaterial. But so before we drafting any guidance or any political will, I may say, could you explain more about what kind of industrial products that has association with nanomaterial? Probably in, I imagine it was in textile, in fabrics. Do you have any idea about that?
Okay, nanomaterials have been used in a plethora of sectors, okay? And what we're trying to do here with the regulation is really to what we're focusing on is on the nanomaterials itself, not on the products, okay? So it's the nanomaterials that will be used in a product. So it's the chemical itself that we're talking about when you look at when we're thinking about included in the regulation. So it's really part of this industrial chemical regulatory framework that you need to have. Okay. Where do you so whether you have products on with nanomaterials, you can have it in textiles, you can have it in constructions, you can have it in solar panels. I mean, there is a very, very large.
It could be everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's everywhere. It can be glass, it can be cars painting, it can be, it's everywhere. So what we're trying to do is not to cover all this plethora, but to go with the nanomaterial itself, with the production volumes that are being exported, imported. Yeah.
So at what level do we have to conduct such a safety assessment during in the raw material
It's in the raw
level
material.
or the production level or the raw
It's in the
material?
raw material.
Okay, so there is no safety assessment on end product, only on
So
the raw material.
yeah, so one thing that we are trying to do is right now, I mean, it's not on the end product for the moment. This is something that we are working on at the OECD, and I also encourage you to participate on that. But this is more about good practice. In the end product, you will have other groups that will be intervening, for example, on risk management. We have groups on hazard assessment. We have group on exposure assessment that are developed, and those tools are part of the annex of the recommendations.
Okay, to make
But
it
for
clear,
the regulation, we're talking about raw materials.
could you provide one or two example of this chemical that related with nanomaterial and how it being used in manufacturing activity?
So the one, for example, one of the, may I say one of the newest ones, so you see how exciting this is? Nano carriers, for example. So
Sorry?
if you have nano carriers.
Nano
So this
carriers.
is, yeah, so this is an encapsulated nanomaterial, okay? But you have more or less, I think the last time that we discussed this in our workshop, it was 132 varieties of nanocarriers. Okay, that means that they are different. They have different properties, and these nanocarriers, you can use them in very different type of applications. For example, if you have it in cosmetics, okay,
Cosmetics, okay.
Or you could have it for pharmaceutical purposes. So, for example, delivering a drug in a very specific way. Okay. But you could also use it as a pesticide.
Sorry, pesticide?
Okay? Yeah.
Okay.
So you have a very different plethora of applications for one type of nanomaterials. Graphene, for example, graphene-related materials are very much used today in construction. For example, I mean, just to give you an example, for the, like the building blocks, you use a tiny amount of graphene on it, and it's much more, the material is much stronger than if you don't use graphene, and it lasts longer.
So it applies in the cement or in the brick?
In the brick.
In the brick.
Yeah, yeah. So for example, these are the type of work that we do within the working party on nanomaterials. Is how much materials would you use? What is the traceability? What is going to happen when you have the end of life of the product? Can you still detect the nanomaterial? Is something that matters or doesn't matter, etc. But that will be something that in terms of accession, I wouldn't be that worried, because what we're really looking at is to make sure that your legislation is acknowledging the existence of nanomaterials, and that you are acknowledging that you need to use OECD test guidelines, and that when a producer or a company wants to import for example, nanomaterials into Indonesia, that you have a way to require the necessary information that you can follow up on these materials, what is going to be used, whether it has been, they have been used, for example, you can require that they do some inhalation toxicity tests according to OECD test guideline 412 and 413. And these are part of the requirements and that you need to have in your legislation.
All right. By the way, can we? Do you think we can? Do you think we can? How can I ask this question? Is there any specific formula, chemical formula for this nanomaterial?
But there are many. There are many.
There are many, but we can,
Yeah, but we don't.
it can be represented as a one chemical formula name, right? Or
I wouldn't say a chemical name, but you could have, what we could do is, I mean, you could have like a working description where it says, a definition where it says that one of the sites needs to be of this time, this 0, 100 nanometers, etc. This is how you will define it in legislation. And perhaps what I can do with you is to send you, I think the European Commission compile several definitions, regulatory definitions existing, and perhaps I can share that with you to make it a little bit more tangible about what is the type of description that you will need to have in order to accommodate nanomaterials in legislation.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Mar. I think I got the big picture, I got the idea, but I think we need to discuss it more with the relevant experts in the next meeting, because the problem is the potential problem that might appear. I think when we try to import this kind of nanomaterial, we should have the name, because all of the commodities that coming in to the port, the customs will always address any commodities based on HS code, right? So
right.
So you have to provide the name, and I don't think that the details of the name that you have just mentioned earlier is on the list of the SH code. So
yeah, no, and I wouldn't go. I will need to. We will need to discuss this a little bit more regarding your customs, because just to give you one of the very early discussion that we used to have. Okay, that's 20 years ago. 20 years ago, and it was about silicon dioxide. Okay, so silicon dioxide has a CAS number, and therefore the whole discussion was whether nanosilica will fit within this CAS number. Okay, and the argument was it was not the case, because it was not the same silica that we were talking to. But there was a lot of argument between industry and governments on whether this should be the same description, should be apart, etc. So this is the type of things that we try to avoid with this nano definition, because once you frame what you mean and what you understand by nano, then everything else is going to be able to fall through. But we can discuss this further, and we can exchange about these requirements that you have in customs, so I can better understand what are the problems and what needs to be adjusted. I mean, of course, we can continue working on it.
Yes, thank you so much. We can working on it in the next meeting. I think there is an additional comment from Bu Ika. Would you like to say something? One of the participants, Miss Ika.
Thank you, Pak Radit. As far as I know, nanomaterial actually already being regulated in Indonesia under NADFC, National Agency Food and Drug Control, Badan POM, for cosmetic. Yeah, so it's under application for cosmetic, because Indonesia FDA or Badan POM adopting the ASEAN Cosmetic Directive, and this ASEAN Cosmetic Directive also relying to the EU Cosmetic Directive. So it's already mentioned there, if a cosmetic containing nanomaterial is not need to be put on the label, there are a marking, and also there are also the definition of the nanomaterial itself. the
Okay, so I'm glad
safe
to hear
use,
that
etc.
we already have a regulation related with this nanomaterial, but in end product like cosmetics,
Yes,
right? But we are
and
now
use
talking about
application.
in raw materials. We have also addressed the raw material section as well. So
Yeah.
we need to expand. Probably we need to expand this regulation into not only cosmetic but the other else.
Yeah, I think so. The nanomaterial also being used recently,
Yeah.
like for paint.
Yeah. Paint.
For paint, it's give a bright color of the paint, and giving the paint cat. Pad.
Yeah.
Oh well then, kira-kira ibu rekan-rekan dari BPOM, Ibu Christine, kira-kira unit kerja mana ya kalau mau diajak rapat untuk nanomaterial ya, Bu? Ya, maksudnya yang kosmetik itu unit kerjanya namanya apa ya? Atau ada komentar?
Ya, unit kerjanya obat tradisional dan kosmetik ya. Kalau untuk kosmetik, tapi sebenarnya nanomaterial ini kan biasa ya di obat ya. Kalau di obat sih udah biasa. Ini memang obatnya juga udah banyak ada dan regulasinya terkait dengan obat sih banyak. Tapi kalau untuk yang kaitannya dengan pangan belum, tapi kosmetik ya tadi yang tadi disampaikan sudah ada persyaratan teknis untuk bahan kosmetik.
Oke.
Ya itu direktoratnya itu bisa di bagian obat tradisional dan kosmetik.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Christine.
Ya, sama-sama.
So at this moment we have already regulation on nanomaterial, but limited only for cosmetics and product, and we would like to discuss more the possibility to expand this regulation to address other end product and also raw materials.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mar. We can discuss it more later on, in the next meeting.
Sure.
Okay.
I know that my colleague Mar will soon have to leave for another meeting.
Okay.
So I don't know, Mar, if you wanted to discuss any other specific legal instrument after reading.
Well, I mean, I think you asked help for PRTRs. So I'm not the expert, but I try to prepare something with specific recommendations that we can share with the group. So perhaps if you want, Sylvie, either I give you the slides or either I quickly present before I need to jump for my another call, and then I leave you to it. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I didn't have time to check with my colleague whether everything is super accurate, but I thought I share with you some of some recommendations of some areas that I think we will be needing to discuss a little bit further. PRTR is an important instrument and one that requires substantive efforts in terms of software, in terms of system, in terms of communication between different ministries. So I thought it will be important to in this kickoff meeting to address this. So one of the things that I was looking at on the information that you provided is that there is no national integrated PRTR system, okay? So you have a different fragmented monitoring and reporting system. And what this recommendation is going to ask you is to have a single entry point, okay? The other thing that that we will be looking at in this instrument is that the OECD PRTR system will require our multimedia pollutant reporting system. Okay, so it's not one for air, one for water, one for land. Everything needs to be in a single platform. And what I notice is that in Indonesia you have separate systems for air emissions, wastewater, ocean discharge, etc. So this is something that will need to be worked out with Indonesia. let me see if I can. So again, is the lack of harmonized pollutant list across the sectors, and not you don't have a unified facility for reporting the obligations. And one thing that is quite important here, and that the committee is going to be looking at, is that you have good reports on emission and transfer under common thresholds. So this is very important. This is something that will be looked into detail. So you have some reporting to certain industries, as I said, but you don't have like a unified system across all of them. We will be looking also within the PRTR instrument that you need to have a publicly accessible PRTR facility with all the pollutant-specific data. And for the time being, I understood that Indonesia only provides air quality index and freshwater online monitoring, but you don't have the pollutant released by facilities. We don't have a standardized PRTR data reporting methodology. And some of the things that we will be looking at is we have to look at consistent estimation and reporting methods. So we will be looking on how you measure, you calculate these emission factors. And again, it's all about this unified methodology that you need to develop across the different sectors. Another thing that is quite important is that you should have, instead of having these emission systems overseen by different ministries or agencies, what we're looking at is that you have like a single entry point with a single ministry that is overseeing this, and that then they can coordinate with the other different authorities. So this is something that we will be looking into more detail. So some of the recommendations that we will be having is that you need to establish a single PRTR platform. You need to integrate the different type of emissions in a single platform, and that you have a unified national pollutant list with threshold. This is quite important. And I don't know if I have still, yeah. You will have, we recommend that you develop some national definitions and reporting criteria for the facilities. Again, it's about reporting thresholds, about having identifiers within the national registry, and that you integrate all this reporting in this single platform. Hold on. The PRTR platform that you need to develop needs to be public. Public should be able to search this information in a user-friendly way. And that you, in developing this platform, you need to have an harmonized national methodology for estimating and reporting the release. Okay, so some of the things that I noticed that they're missing is, for example, you don't have standard emission estimation methods, unified quality controls, rules for industrial reporting, and that the current methodologies that you have will vary from one sector to another. We will recommend to have a formal PRTR governance structure, and that you integrate the PRTR data into public decision making. I think the idea of having this platform is that actually your government can take action as needed, and that you can support environmental policy, chemical management, and public awareness. So that's the main goal of this instrument. Okay. And we have a working party on PRTRs. I really and I strongly suggest that you participate in this group, because they will be able to share with you how they have how they have developed this software, how they have decided on the different criteria that needs to be included, how they have decided on the rules that frame this PRTR, and also to share their experience on what has worked and what hasn't worked. This is not an easy endeavor. So this is something that needs to be addressed. I would suggest quite soon for Indonesia, that you get really that you approach this to these other countries, because it's a major endeavor that needs to be undertaken if you don't have a PRTR already in place. Okay, and I think that's it for me, Sylvie. I don't know if there is a comment.
Thank you, Ms. Mark. Gimana Bu Anissa komitmennya terhadap PRTR? Atau perindustrian aja yang bikin PRTR? Nantangin. It's going to be statement from the Ministry of Environment. Ms. Anissa, go ahead please.
Jadi sebetulnya kan untuk PRTR sendiri kan bagaimana si database cemaran lingkungan ini dengan beberapa parameter dibuka ke publik ya Pak ya. Memang sangat bagus kalau memang bisa diimplementasikan. Tapi memang kesulitannya apakah memang industri siap untuk kita publish the readiness ya.
Yeah. I got the idea. So the concern why it's not quite well processing is because the information of the pollutants not only share the pollutant information but also identifying the entity that produced the pollutant. So that's the point.
Jadi kan kalau di PRTR kan mungkin nanti juga bisa dikeluarkan bagaimana ya misal di industri ini atau industri apa di wilayah ini wilayah apa kita bisa tahu cemarannya seberapa banyak dengan indikator parameter-parameter tertentu. Maka di negara-negara besar seperti Jepang itu biasanya diawali dengan voluntary, karena tidak semuanya mungkin langsung jebret kita kasih ini apakah bersedia
so
untuk
it's not necessarily to be mandatory at the first stage.
Yes, in Japan, if I'm not mistaken, it's first PRTR also voluntary, right?
Do you know, Ma, in Japan, what is the situation?
No, I will need to ask Naoko, but I know that, for example, in other countries, they have started with a voluntary reporting, and that just to try to also to train industry to provide the information and to fine-tune how they have implemented the system, but it gradually become legally binding.
Yes, indeed, because in many countries, I don't say all, but in many countries, it was proven that until it was compulsory, it was not good quality data.
So if it's not compulsory, probably the data is not quite accurate. So maybe not all of the country, but most of it. Yeah. The problem in Indonesia is, you see, aku boleh ngomong ini nggak ya? Can I speak? So there are LSM tuh bahasa Inggrisnya LSM, NGO. So there are so many NGO, and if this pollution data that coming from specific company being published, and the NGO noticed it. Not notice this information easily, and it could be a big problem in the business climate. So probably that is one problem that we are facing now in terms of implementing the PRTR. If we can implement PRTR without any public sharing,
No.
Probably is that possible?
So this is about also access. So one of the conditions of this instrument is that it has to be publicly accessible. So this is one condition. I understand the fear, but it's actually part of being able to monitor and to take policy decisions and to incentivize industry and to have transparent access as it's not only for NGOs, but it's as citizens that they can understand where they live, for example, if they're living next to an industry that is emitting a lot of pollutants, etc. Yeah.
I see. I got the idea. So yeah. It has something to do with our authority to control to control the pollution. Yeah, I got the idea. Probably I would like to invite from the industry, Bu Ika boleh mewakili ya, tinggal Bu Ika atau Pak Mulyadi. Probably from the industrial players, you may say something about this. What do you think if we open this for public? Open the pollution that you result from your commercial operation to the public. Monggo Pak Mulyadi atau Bu Ika, kami persilakan.
Ya. Terima kasih Pak. Ya mohon maaf saya baru datang belum terlalu memahami tadi apa yang dibahas pada sore ini.
Ya Pak, jadi PRTR itu idenya adalah apa namanya, pembukaan ke publik mengenai polusi yang dihasilkan oleh industri. Jadi namanya disebut, polusinya apa disebut, berapa kuantitinya disebut, dan di-share ke publik. Publik bisa mengakses. Kira-kira dari sisi industri, kalau pemerintah melakukan itu seperti apa responnya? Keberatan atau karena kalau kita mau masuk OECD, PRTR harus ditegakkan, diimplementasikan, mau nggak mau ya seperti itu. Kira-kira ada komentar Pak?
Ya, memang kalau industri pestisida sebenarnya ya, ini kan tidak ada proses kimia ya, yang menyebabkan ada polusi yang ini ya, karena ada pencampuran bahan kimia itu tidak ada proses reaksi kimia ya. Saya pikir secara umum itu mungkin industri ya mungkin juga agak keberatan ya, karena yang keluar dari polusi industri itu ya macam-macam ya, dan itu harus diuji. Nah, apakah laboratorium kita mampu untuk menguji semua yang keluar dari industri itu ya? Itu ya. Ya, saya kira begitu.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Mulyadi. Jadi menurut Bapak itu ya agak berat ya menerima itu ya?
Izin Pak, sebetulnya kalau memang mau serius ya Pak, ini bisa untuk kita lakukan paling tidak. Yang pertama adalah mungkin kita bisa ngobrol dulu dengan ya, saling ngobrol antara Ministry of Environment and Industry dan dengan asosiasi, dan mungkin kita petakan chemical mana yang jadi concern, mungkin 1 atau 2 chemical, dan misal ini ide saya Pak, bukan satu atau 2 chemical yang menjadi concern, dan kita buka ke industri-industri atau siapa saja yang voluntary mau melaporkan paling tidak 1 atau 2. Itu bisa menjadi kita tawarkan mungkin branding bahwa oh ini bisa jadi apa insentif yang ditawarkan itu. Pastikan industri ketika saya membuka data apa yang didapat, kalau tidak salah memang seperti itu. Kita bisa saling ngobrol dulu Pak, nanti jadi sebetulnya banyak step yang sebenarnya bisa kita lakukan, tidak langsung semua ya. Iya, tapi PRTR ini juga jadi concern kami sih Pak, karena memang rohnya lingkungan harusnya PRTR, jadi kita tahu berapa cemaran yang keluar dan cara memitigasi resikonya.
So yeah, I get. So the problem is the industry. It seems they seems reluctant to be to be exposed, the pollutant that they emit to the environment. And but we don't have any choice. We have to move on and implement this PRTR. So that's we have to discuss this with industries. But probably if we may, uh, could the OECD make it easier for us to implement by starting implement this PRTR with very modest system, which only involving one or two chemicals. Probably we can start with carbon.
The short answer is no. I'm sorry. And I'm very sorry, but I think what I suggest is like, okay, let's not advance on the panic here. I think we need to continue the discussions and to show you what are the type of information that should be included. Okay, so it's not about exposing everything. It's about very specific information that is required for a very specific purpose, and to strengthen your chemicals management system. Okay, so it's part of this. You have to think about it as something that will allow you to have a strong chemical management system. And also I think we should be perhaps exchanging with people from your government and the experience that others are having. I mean, we have currently we're working with Peru on PRTRs, and I can tell you that they have an excellent idea what they want to do, how they want to do it, and perhaps exchanging with these countries and participating in the PRTR and exchanging how governments have dealt with this hesitation from industry to be exposed. But I think this is something that will be worth following up on, because there are some lessons learned. There are ways to facilitate dialogue, and so I will really encourage that we further the discussion in this sense.
All right, thank you, Mar. We are going to discuss it with everyone in Indonesia, and hopefully we can meet this requirement.
Okay, and I'm sorry I need to leave you for another call in 3 minutes.
Okay.
But
Okay, no
but you
problem.
are
Thank you
in
so
good
much for your
hands with
time,
Sylvie, and
See you
Sylvie,
again.
I'll see you if you need anything. Just send me an email.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, are there other questions on PRTR?
The homework is on us. we have seen the problem. Yeah, we will figure it out how to handle them.
On my side, I wanted, because we really normally have only 5 minutes left. I wanted to point to two things, so I will share my
Yes, Miss Sylvie, please.
My presentation.
Yang terakhir ya Bapak Ibu, ini sedang disampaikan Bu Sylvie.
First, I want to come back on something we discussed this morning, which is the mutual acceptance of data and good laboratory practice compliance monitoring program. As I tried to explain this morning, as an accession country, what you need to do is to accept the data that come from the other countries. It's the decision part. It's the only thing that you need to do about this legal instrument 194 about mutual acceptance of data. So it's just that you commit to accept the data from the countries that are adherent to MAD. And for the legal instruments on compliance with principles of good laboratory practice, there are two parts in this legal instrument. Part one, which is about member countries or candidate countries which want to test the chemicals. And this, so as I mentioned, you are not requested to have a compliance monitoring program now for accession. If you want to do it, it's something parallel, another procedure. So the part one of this legal instrument, you don't need to follow. What you need to follow is the recognition of GLP compliance among member countries. So what you have to do is, again, recognize the assurance given by other member countries that this data have been generated in accordance with GLP principles. And for that, you have to do these things: designate an authority for international liaison, exchange with other member countries information on their procedures for compliance monitoring, and have procedures that allow information on GLP compliance of a test facility to be sought by another member country. In the case you do this, in the case you do this testing. So this is something I wanted to make clear, that as mentioned this morning, what you have to do is accept the data from other member countries and just have an authority that can make the liaison.
Okay, so in my comprehension, for example, if today we have a restriction to a certain chemicals, and to get that chemicals into this country, the importers shall meet the criteria, the requirement. Now, if we already have a mutual acceptance of data together with the member countries of OECD, when this particular chemicals coming into our country, the OECD expect that there will be no longer restriction. Is that correct?
Yes, you cannot reject the results of the when you register a new chemical, you will ask for several tests, results of tests. And if the chemicals comes from a company that has done the test according to the OECD rules, GLP and test guidelines, you cannot say, oh no, I don't trust the results of your test, I want you to do the test again. No, it's impossible.
Okay.
You have to accept the data as long as they have been
have been certified.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I think it has the it relevant with the itu ya Bu Anissa, relevant with the apa kalau B3 datang ke sini minta apa notification, as seems like notification, but tapi belum ada ya kayaknya. Belum ada apa semacam notifikasi, pernah ada untuk B3?
Kan dari G2G kan, dari pemerintah luar ke dalam negeri. Nah itu kalau di Indonesia sendiri, baik yang masuk Rotterdam atau tidak, semuanya harus notif dulu. Kalau tidak dapat notif ya tidak bisa. Udah ada sih.
So according to this legal instrument, if the exporting country is the same OECD member, we cannot reject. We have to automatically receive.
Kalau masih PP 74, Pak tetap harus notif. Kalau masih di lampiran
Oke,
TPQ 4.
nanti kita
kecuali-
meeting sama.
Ya.
Ya, oke. So there is also mechanism that existing in Indonesia today that some certain chemicals that listed in the hazardous and toxic substance that restriction list. Every time there is an import activity, we have to get a notification from the government, from the exporting country. Today, only certain chemicals here. But if I don't know, there is no rejection, but it's only kind of notification. So Ministry of Environment is, do not want to ask for further for a new safety test, but only just request a notification from exporting country government. It's today we have that.
Jadi
kind of
sebetulnya
mechanism.
fungsi notifikasi ini hanya untuk mengetahui apakah benar bahwa industri A misal ya memang akan akan masuk gitu bahan kimianya atau tidak.
Yeah.
Nah, bukan kita mengecek safety atau tidak,
Okay.
hanya
Only for the sake of the legitimation of the source. Is it really coming from this company? So yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, any restriction of chemicals being regulated, any restriction for chemicals that being imported has nothing to do with safety test. Yeah, it's only find out the legitimate company, whether it is really manufactured by some certain company, not the yeah, traceability. Yes, traceability. Yeah, I think that's okay with us. No problem.
I have a final point to mention to you that I saw in looking up. It's about number 203. Yes, this is about these legal instruments. In looking into the initial memorandum, I couldn't find any reference to the protection of the property rights associated with chemical safety data, because there are two issues here. It's access to the results and protecting the property rights. Therefore, I think this is something which is missing, maybe in your regulatory framework, that you shouldn't accept study results unless the company that submits these results can prove that they have the right to use the data or information. It means if they cannot prove that they have the right to use this data, then you cannot accept this data, and you cannot accept the file that is that the company is showing to you, because and there is a best practice guide, a link to these legal instruments that explains you in practice how you can organize yourself to protect the property rights. So I think this is a point that
perhaps you misunderstood or missed in this legal instrument, but there is a best practice guidance that you can read to understand better the issue and.
Can you elaborate more on this proprietary rights? Is it kind of intellectual property?
Yes, it's a bit like that. As I mentioned this morning, testing a new chemical is very costly.
Yeah.
And so, but we want to avoid that more animals are tested for the same test in different countries, etc. Or if another company wants to put a similar chemical product on the market and has to provide information on the active substance. So to avoid having to do the things several times, we encourage companies to publish the data, but another company hasn't the right to use the data for asking for registration of a chemical, for example.
So, let's say it's a company A, they doing testing and spend
A lot.
money for the testing, and then to avoid killing animals, the other company B, can use this result of the test without any investment. Is there any conditional?
Yes, is that they are not allowed to do that. They are not allowed, and the government has to check this.
So you mean the company B cannot just copy the result of the
Not she has the company B has to ask for his authorization to go to company A. In general, they have to. I assume they have to pay some amount. Yes. And it's the government who that has to put in place a regulation that protects the property rights of company A.
Yeah, I get the idea. So we have to draft a regulation to make this happen. So other than company A can use this, but you have to talk to company A. What your company A want, you pay them or anything that company A want from you until you get the test results.
Yeah, and so there is a best practice guidance that will help you organize all this.
But most of the time, probably the company B will pay company A, right?
Yes, I don't. I think so.
Okay, I get that.
So on my side, it was all what I wanted to say.
I think it's enough now for me. And any questions? Because after this meeting, we have another meeting follows. Many homeworks. Why are you making so many legal instruments? Do you think it's worth it to join
So you understand now why I said I want to have this type of meeting at the beginning of the process, not so that you understand all the things you have to take into account.
I was wondering what happened with the other board.
Yes, I want to say that the Chemicals Committee is one of the committees with the most, the highest number of legally binding instruments.
The most difficult one.
So,
Kania told me that this one is the most difficult one.
so yes.
Ini harusnya IM-nya di KLM. Pak Jajang. How many legal instruments in environment IM?
Saya kurang tahu ya Pak, itu yang pegang HKS.
So we are here to help, of course, and maybe think again about having a session in October. What you can do, because.
Figure out one by one, step by step, brick by brick. It's quite a lot. It's a big thing. So that's all, Miss Sylvie. Yes. So we can conclude this meeting.
Saya kembalikan ke tuan rumah dulu, ke Bu Tessa. Saya sudah cukup memandu. Terima kasih.
Baik, Pak Radit. Sebenarnya tadi saya udah kasih sign ke IO, dari saya nggak usah ada, karena sebenarnya saya tahu Pak Radit sudah draining, sudah kalau dari HP sudah lowbat banget ya Pak. Tapi keren, Pak Radit hari ini sudah memandu dengan keren dari pagi sampai sore. Ya benar, PR-nya banyak Pak. Dari kami, dari AII, Direktorat Akses Industri Internasional, akan terus memandu karena itu sudah dimandatkan oleh pimpinan. Jadi bahkan Pak Menperin kami sudah menginstruksikan jangan sampai ada bottleneck. Dari sisi Kemenperin, Pak Jajang sudah ngasih info nih, udah ngasih instruksi dari Pak Menperin agar jangan ada bottleneck. Jadi kami akan lakukan step by step. Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu kehadirannya hari ini. Saya mungkin mewakili Ibu Direktur ya hari ini. Terima kasih atas yang sudah bertahan dari pagi sampai sore. Pasti pulang bukannya ngerasa sebagian pekerjaan kita sudah selesai tapi malah nambah, tapi nggak apa-apa. Kita akan tadi kerjakan step by step, terus pelan-pelan ya, tapi ada alurnya nanti. Mungkin nanti sampai kayak Kementerian KLH, Kak, sudah punya action plan, sudah sampai situ. Mungkin kalau Kemenperin baru sampai kick off ini, nanti next step-nya sudah disebutkan. Harapannya nanti sudah ada jadwal rinci, jadi kita bisa ikuti ya Pak Jajang. Sepertinya seperti itu. And thank you Sylvie for your presentation throughout this day. And I hope we can be more collaborative in the future. And I hope everything goes well for Indonesia to join OECD accession. Okay, kayaknya cukup ya. Okay.
Yes, and another thing that I want to mention, if you draft a new regulation, send us the draft and we can see if something is missing or wrong, etc.
Oke, udah kan? Oke, Bapak Ibu, terima kasih. Oh, legal instrument translation. Do you need as soon as possible, or we can do it step by step if you need to refer to one of the legal instrument and we will provide it right away. I mean step by step, because there's so many legal instruments to be translated to English.
Ya, ini kan mau ke sana. Apa sih?
Okay.
Apa sih?
For some legal instruments, maybe just one article. So in that case, you just translate this article.
Thank you. No, do.
If it's not necessary, no.
Okay. Jadi
pasal-pasal yang penting aja.
Oh, okay. Tapi kan sesuai, is it requested by you to be to translate the article? I mean, you have to ask first, and then we can translate it, or how? Yeah. Which one article that it is that is
I
it
mean, some
important?
regulations might be interesting to have them in their entirety, but there are some other regulations, because you said that very often there are regulations in different areas. So maybe in some regulation there is one article that deals with the topic, but all the rest is about something else. You don't need to translate the whole regulation in that case.
Oh, I see. Mbak Zakia masih ada mau komen? Terkait translasi mau ditanyakan. So we have the translator here. Maybe.
Yes, thank you, Sylvie. So I'm the interpreter for the government, working in the Ministry of Industry, and we have like 5 interpreters as a team. We already have the assignment from Mr. Radit to translate the most important regulations from Ministry of Industry, and as well as the law regarding industrial. And as you said, not every regulation shall be translated, right? Yeah, but we already have the list that need to be translated. It's just some regulations is an amendment of the previous regulation. And we were like wondering, shall we translate the old regulations as well as the new one? Because when it's amended, it means not every articles in the regulation that is being changed, right? Or we just translate the relevant articles.
Well, indeed, if you can provide us with the final consolidated regulation, it's the best. That I don't need to have the previous versions and then the revised version. What I need is the present version.
Yeah, that's the thing. In our regulation, if it's just amendment, it means you still have to look the previous regulations, because not all articles being changed, unless that new regulations that abolish the previous regulations, then we can give you the final one. You don't have to, we call it junto, you don't have to prefer to the old regulations. But when it's just an amendment, you still have to look for the previous regulations. Some articles change, some articles still enacted. That's the thing. But yeah, but if it's convenient for you, we can just translate all the regulations.
I mean, what is the most convenient to analyze is what is to be chosen, because you need time to work, but we need time to analyze and to confirm what is written in the initial memorandum. So I mean, if we have to find bits and pieces a bit everywhere, it will take us more time than if we have the thing already prepared. And for you, I think time is not money, but it's important.
Not money, but taxes. Okay, so we will provide you the articles that already changed from the previous one, and we will just translate what's relevant from you. Okay.
Yes, do it in the best way that you consider to be the best.
So, Mr. Radit, when approximately the deadline, because it's 122 pages.
I wanted to know, to do the initial memorandum, did you check every requirement of the legal instrument and compare with your... Yes, so indeed you know already which article of which regulation is... So this is what we need to have. The text that is in direct relationship with the requirement of the legal instrument.
Yeah, I think we are going to have following meeting with the interpreter.
And we're going to give you the bilingual version. So it's Indonesian version and also English version because it's like a template. When we translate regulation, it should be exact words by words because it's a legal text, so it has to be exact. So when you look for the Indonesian Bahasa regulations, you can like refer it because it will be side by side, so it will be easier for you, yeah, to.
Because
yeah.
otherwise we do it ourselves and it takes more time. So if you have done it already, according to my advice, it's good, and then it will gain time.
Let's see. We are processing now. We still cannot find the best method. So we just do it, and then we can finally find the best way to do it.
I noticed also in the initial memorandum that at least one link was wrong. It was for the GNR recombinant legal instrument. There was a link to a piece of legislation and it was not working. So other types of things to check.
But Sylvia, I must disclaimer first that even though we are the translator for the government and it's our positions, but we are not sworn translator, so it's okay, right? Because the official translation, it's taking quite some time, around a year to get finalized and official. So it's the translation from Ministry of Industry, but it's not official translator, okay?
Yes, it's okay. And if we don't understand, we will ask for explanation.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Oh, perkenalkan saya Ulia dari Kemenko Perekonomian, rekannya Mas Jajang. So we have no getting notification from the OECD that there are some bodies that require payment from the related committee for the institution in Indonesia works in the participation in some OECD bodies. So can we know how is it working in the environmental committee? How far is our participation can still be free, and how far is the participation that need payment? Thank you.
As an accession country, you are welcome to participate in all the meetings. But if you want to come physically to Paris, we don't pay for the travel.
I mean, for the whole accession payment is paid by Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, but for some committee there are separated payments that need to be paid by the related ministry for their work in the OECD bodies.
This is valid for once you are an OECD member. Because the budget of the OECD contains two parts. Part one is for the core activities of OECD, and in general in countries it is paid by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And there are what we call part two programs. And for example, in chemicals we have a part two program. And then it's the country that decides who will pay for it. Some countries decide that it will still be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Other countries decide that, well, if it's chemicals, then the fee will come from the Ministry of Industry. But it's it's up to you. I mean, to decide which ministry will pay for it. But this is only for after accession. up to accession, you are not required to pay, except if you wish to be considered as like a member, to be able to have an impact on the standards that are already being developed. Then you can become a participant. There are 3 levels of participation in OECD bodies. Invitee, which is the lowest level, and this is the level you are at an accession country. But if you want to be more involved in the work, have a say in what is done, there are 2 other levels, participant and associate. And for that, yes, you have to pay a specific fee. But I'm not sure this is what you meant, because the... Okay. So if you want to become associate or participant to the CBC, for example, yes, you can pay for the fee. And I can provide the information if you are interested.
Baik, apakah ada lagi yang mau? Udah ya sepertinya ya. Oh pas, oke. Baik, tadi sudah kita tutup. Jadi terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu. Nanti mungkin ada follow up dari pertemuan ini. Nanti Pak Radit sudah di kepalanya sudah merancang kegiatan-kegiatan berikutnya. Dan rapat-rapat berikutnya tentunya Bapak Ibu tadi udah WA saya, nanti kita rapat lagi Bu. Oh ya baik gitu ya. Jadi nanti kan kami terus berkontak ya Bapak dan Ibu. Terima kasih kehadirannya. Baik, kami serahkan ke Ibu MC.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu. Hadirin yang kami hormati, demikian rangkaian kegiatan percepatan aksesi Indonesia ke OECD, Kick Off and Exploratory Mission on Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee pada hari ini. Kami menyampaikan apresiasi dan tentunya terima kasih kepada moderator, and thank you for the OECD representative today, serta terima kasih kepada seluruh peserta atas partisipasi aktif dan kontribusi pemikiran yang telah memperkaya diskusi pada hari ini, baik yang hadir secara langsung maupun yang telah bergabung melalui Zoom meeting. Diharapkan pertemuan ini tentunya dapat menjadi landasan awal yang kuat dalam mendukung proses aksesi Indonesia ke Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development atau OECD, khususnya di sektor kimia dan bioteknologi. Bagi seluruh peserta, nantinya sebelum mungkin meninggalkan lokasi, harap dimohon ke meja registrasi terlebih dahulu untuk mendapatkan seminar kit ya Bapak Ibu. Dan untuk seluruh peserta yang berasal dari asosiasi juga diharapkan untuk ke meja registrasi karena terdapat beberapa informasi yang akan disampaikan. Dan untuk bagi Bapak Ibu yang telah menitipkan SPPD juga sudah dapat diambil nantinya di meja registrasi, mungkin bisa sembari meninggalkan ruangan ya Bapak Ibu. Dengan demikian, rangkaian kegiatan hari ini secara resmi kami tutup. Atas perhatian dan kehadiran Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kami ucapkan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Shalom. Namo Buddhaya. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu semuanya.